Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to Night Court. Oh, where I've officially gone blonde. It matches my personality is what it does. It matches my personality. I told you guys you were going to get one if we hit a certain number of likes on the stream yesterday. And here we are. Here we are. I thought I'd not make you wait for it. But you all know who I am, and you kind of know my special guest host. She's been in the chat. But Terry, will you introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Terry. I am JT's co-host for True Crime and Wine Time and one of his big fans. I'm a fangirl.
You're almost right. I am your co-host. Let's get that correct.
We're both co-hosts.
And also before somebody hops on me, court's in session. Night Court is in session. And I feel like this is a scene you would see in Night Court at this point. Yes. So you said you got back from Dallas today.
I did. I went to Dallas for the night to have dinner with my son.
Woo! And you said it was really good too.
He does need a bow or some curls.
You guys are great. You put up with all my shenanigans. Hello, Kelly Bobelli, and everybody. Hello, everybody. You will notice, everybody, that I still have this old. You know what? I'll put this back on. I'll put this back on for Jodi. And by that I mean when I read Jodi's crap. I may or may not have 3 wigs back there that you haven't seen. You'll notice that I still have my old microphone. The new one came in. It's very pretty. It's very nice. It looks cool. The arm didn't come in when I wanted it to, and it turns out I need another piece that's coming in tomorrow because it just wasn't. Apparently, I just don't have enough power to run it in my preamp that I have, so I need a preamp for my preamp. All I need is a good Hummer.
Say to that. That's what I was getting ready to say.
Terry, are you drinking wine?
I am, and it is so hot. I put ice cubes in it, so I broke a cardinal rule, but it was like 106 heat index in my wine. I needed some ice cubes, so yes.
Are they the shimmery ones? Don't you have some shiny
I do
ones?
have shimmery ones. These are not. I didn't want to be all extra since this is your show and your gig, so I didn't bring all my sparkles.
I think everybody would be like totally fine with you doing the sparkles because you have edible glitter that you can put in your drink, right?
I do.
Y'all, this exists. This is a thing. Is edible glitter. And Patches, you are not late at all. We just started. We've just begun. Well, thanks everybody for coming in. We've got a lot going on in the beginning of the show, and of course, we're going to get to the Jodi Arias trial, in which we are actually going to see Jodi Arias take the stand tonight. We have worked our way through this trial to this point, and so, oh boy. No glitter. Is that because it gets everywhere? I mean, I understand that wholeheartedly. But if it's in your cup.
Right. And it's great because it swirls in the cup every time you take a drink. So it stays contained. So I agree. Glitter normally is on your hair, your eyes, your face, but it's perfect in the cup. I will say it's the glitter that keeps on giving. And that's all I'm going to say.
Wait, didn't you tell me? Did you not? Did you say that you ended up? There was an accident with glitter, correct? Wasn't there in your kitchen, right?
That was
okay.
regular
All right.
glitter. Because before I bought the edible glitter, I tried to use regular glitter that was really finely done to put in my drink to take pictures because I thought I'd be all fancy. And I forgot I was just supposed to take a picture and not drink it. So then I drank it and realized. So I went to spit and I knocked over the whole container of glitter all over the island, on the floor, in the grout. It still glitters every now and then. It looks like we had a dance party.
A stripper?
A stripper.
I mean, I call them like them. I'll make sure that I don't come over again. I won't bring all my glitter with me. Hi, Advocate. How are you doing? I read the good news on Twitter, so we'll keep good thoughts coming your way. Let's see. Texas girls like to sparkle.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of folks from Texas who tune in.
I saw that. I think that's amazing. Even though I'm going to say our state right now is on drugs and they're a little cray-cray, I still like Texas. Born and raised here. We just happen to be on drugs lately.
Well, yeah, a lot of the country is. Aaron, thank you so much. All the love. All the love. Appreciate you. Let me catch back up here. As a teacher, glitter is my arch nemesis.
I can imagine.
Yes, absolutely. So I mentioned we are going to get to Jodi Arias, but I wanted to kind of do something a little different tonight since you are joining me, and we are going to do a Wheel of Florida Man, in which I have a series of stories from Florida Man. I don't know how many we'll do, but I also have created a wheel for random numbers to pick where or what stories I can tell you. And so I'm very excited to do that, and hopefully it will actually work. That would be nice. And so, but before we do that, I think we probably should do the top 3 who showed up tonight. So let's do that. And I'm going to bring this in. Am I? I think I am. There we go. All right, everybody. Top 3. Oh man, congratulations to Gally May. I hope I said that right. I really do. Every time I feel like I say it differently. So hook it on Pahonic's working for me. Congratulations, you get the throne. Keep that in your brain. Terry, you've got the rocking chair. You can put it wherever you want. I suggest the front porch when it's raining outside, not storming. Keep it away from the storm. Keep it away from the storm. But when it's raining. And then finally, but not leastly, not least, Lois Cox, you've got your beanbag chair with complimentary plastic cover because I don't know what people did before you. So that's for you. And it is probably people. And I'm happy to say that you've received it. So congratulations to you, top 3. Oh, goodness gracious. How is everybody tonight? What happened this week? What did you succeed in? What did you achieve? Toss something in the chat. Let me know. I always like to do that. If you go to our Facebook group, at the end of the week, there's always a post that asks you kind of what happened this week. What did you achieve? What happened? Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Where I'm going to wait for this to pop up. Kelly says there's a doc on Hulu about Hulu. Who am I? Jodi Arias. They interview her cellmates from the time she was in jail during her trial. Very interesting. They said Jodi said she had an accomplice. You know, I question anything that comes out of her mouth. I truly do. She just seems like an attention seeker, honestly, even if it means, yeah, I don't know. Was it one of the ninjas she said went through the apartment?
I thought it was one of the Ninja
troubling.
Turtles.
But I'll check it. I'll check it out. Did you say Ninja Turtles?
I did. It was a Ninja Turtle. I believe that about as much as I believe Jodi.
She does. Kathy, you're right. She does like to build on her lies or on her stories. Terry, yes.
Yes.
There's a lot there. It's interesting because in prison you kind of want some cred, and so you think she'd quietly be like, "It was all me," but no, she'll just build on top of what's already happened. Let's see. I see the question coming up here. Are we on 9, 10 of the trial? We are on it's like day 9 into 10, if I'm counting right, but I don't math. So, that being said, I don't math, and counting to 10 is hard. So I'm giving it an estimate. What's important to know is that Jodi should be happening tonight. So, very excited about that. Angie! Well, I'm glad you came out of... I'm glad. I mean, in your own time, obviously, but if you can find a community that helps out, I'm glad it was this one. That's awesome. I hear puppies in your background.
I know. I don't know how to get them to shut up.
They won't ever.
I don't.
Kelly, I didn't think you believed her. I was just taking it to the next step. Molly, that's awesome. I love Ninja Turtle stuff. I still have some stuff from when I was a kid too, because I just won't get rid of it. It's troublesome. Oh no. Well, I'm sorry to bring that memory up. All right. Well, I think we should just kind of hop right on into Florida Man. A few weeks ago, maybe for our first WTF episode we ever did, I had developed and devised a Florida Man video. And so now I'm going to intro Florida Man with that video, because if it's put together, why not?
I'm ready for Florida Man.
All right.
Got my ears.
There we go. Yes. Oh my goodness gracious. Welcome to the Wheel of Florida Man. I am very excited to say that there's a lot that we're going to be doing with this Florida Man, but here is your Wheel of Florida Man, everybody. I picked the colors because I just thought they were pretty. And so I have 10 stories, and these 10 stories, obviously all Florida men, because despite what anybody wants you to believe, it is a real thing. And so much so that you can actually look up your birthday with Florida Man, and they'll pretty much have anything that you could think of for the birthday. And I would like to go ahead and just get started before we spin the wheel with your Florida Man story, Terry. And so I'll bring us back to here. Okay. And this is Florida Man from your birthday, which is, are you okay with me saying when your birthday is?
As long as you don't tell how old I am, yeah.
I'm not saying any year. I don't math.
Okay,
Remember,
then you're
July
good. That's right.
23rd.
Yes.
All right. So on July 23rd, a wanted Florida man the 26-year-old man is behind bars after providing law enforcement with his brother's name because he was wanted on felony warrants. But apparently, this wasn't just a case of him being helpful and giving up information about himself, but he also named his brother as well. And this proves to be problematic for both brothers because although he gave his brother's name to get out of the warrants, his brother also had warrants out on him. So, so it's all in the family. It's all in the family.
I should know his brother a little better.
It works. Probably just a little bit. Hey, Candace said that her birthday is July 22nd.
Oh, nice.
Shireen says hello. Shireen. It's okay. I don't either. That makes the two of us. I have no idea what's going on. No, we are doing the Wheel of Florida Man. But so this fella, Jacob Heisel, was arrested under his brother's name, and he lied about having any ID on him. He also said that his real identity was discovered after being fingerprinted, according to the report. But what's a little sibling rivalry, right? And that is your Florida man story.
You know,
troublesome.
That's troublesome.
It's an issue. All right, so let's go ahead and hit this Wheel of Florida Man. Four. So we'll take floor. We'll take floor off the board.
How much have you had to drink?
Oh, this is half. Just half. Why didn't that open?
Are those sponge balls on her head?
No, they aren't. Wait, who said this? Oh no, they're Disney ears. They're Mickey ears.
They're Mickey ears for Florida.
Ears. Yes, for Florida, because we're doing a little bit of Florida Man, and then we're gonna hop into the Jodi Arias trial. But since Terry was here guesting, at least for the beginning, you can stay for as long as you want. I thought we'd do something just a little bit different. All right, so number 4. Florida man drives stolen truck to Space Force Base to warn of battle between aliens, dragons. Y'all, we've really got to figure this. This is what this fellow looks like. Just to give you a little heads up.
Oh wow.
He is just fabulous. He looks very angry. He almost looks like a reptile himself.
He does.
So, a Florida man was arrested Friday for having driven a stolen pickup truck to the Space Force Base. I can't believe that's even a sentence. In Brevard County, in what he called a mission from the President of the United States. 29-year-old. He's still got a lot. He's 29?
He looks.
Does he look 20? Okay.
He looks much older.
Yes.
He's had a rough life.
There was. You couldn't find it. It should be under the live or under one of the playlists for Jodi. I'm sorry. You didn't miss a lot. You missed some character witnesses for Jodi for the beginning. So you didn't miss a ton. So he stole a Ford F-150 from Riviera Beach, Florida, 3 days before he drove to Patrick Space Force Base. When Johnson tried to get on base, he claimed the president told him in his mind that he needed to take the vehicle and warn government officials that there were U.S. aliens fighting Chinese dragons. He was arrested and booked into the Brevard County Jail. He was charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle, and his bond was set at $3,000. That doesn't sound like enough.
That's it.
But
it's Florida.
I don't know, man. They jail people for some silly stuff.
They do, but
lately,
that's cheap.
But I can't. It's one of those things. He would be a good commercial for drugs. You are correct.
Yes. Good poster.
Molly asked which president. That is not the story. I don't know which president.
Was it a 2023 article?
2022. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I think he would have said any president, to be honest with you. But yeah, just say no, y'all. Just say no.
Yeah.
I do, Queen. I do agree. I really do hope that happened.
Yeah.
We got that movie Alien vs Predator, but Alien vs Dragon, that would be fun. It might be better.
And Chinese dragons, they're longer.
Chinese dragons, I know. Sandra, this is not what we're doing all night. We are just doing a Wheel of Florida Man and giving some Florida Man stories just for funsies because it's Friday, and then we're gonna get into Jodi. So don't worry. Don't
Need
worry.
something a little
I understand.
lighthearted before we get into
Yes,
Jodi.
just a little lighthearted. Oh, but I know you all will make that testimony lighthearted too. So let's see here. All right, here's the next one. All right, number 2. Ooh, that's funny. That was very alien.
It was.
Okay, so Thomas Eugene Colucci of Spring Hill called 911 because he was worried he had purchased bath salts, telling officers he was an experienced drug user who knew what it should feel like to smoke meth. The Hernandez County Sheriff's Office wrote on Facebook that when authorities arrived, they were told by Colucci he wanted the meth tested so others wouldn't buy fake meth from the individual who sold it to them. He added that he wanted authorities to put the person in trouble for selling potentially fake meth, but was unable to provide a name or any point of contact for the individual. So he phoned local police to have meth tested just to make sure that it was authentic.
He was trying to do a public service, maybe.
He knew Letitia. Letitia. Oh gosh, insane.
Can you just imagine?
They did proceed.
Can you imagine being the
911?
Can you imagine being the 911 operator taking that call and trying to keep a straight face?
I would have that shiz on speakerphone. Everybody would know about it. Everybody. Oh man. So authorities did test the substance after he handed them 2 small baggies filled with white crystals. The substance was indeed meth, and Colucci was arrested. He did have a medical evaluation after he was telling authorities he was having chest pain, but then he was brought to the county detention center. So, wow. The police wrote, this is something that always gets me, is the police always try to be like clever when they do these kind of arrests on their social media. And so the police wrote, if you or someone you know have doubts about the authenticity of any illegal narcotics you have on hand or have obtained from another person, the Hernando County Sheriff's Office is pleased to provide this service free of charge. Good gracious.
I have to say, that's a pretty clever post because someone's going to see it and go, oh, I should give them a call.
Oh. This is a perfect example of they know their audience.
Yes.
So, and by the way, for those of you who live in Florida, we know this is not all Floridians, and it just so happens that the Sunshine Law or whatever allows us to see more stuff that happens. It seems to be concentrated, like orange juice. So, yes. Oh man. All right. So let's continue. Let's do another one. Well, maybe we'll do like 2 or 3 more. Oh, number 10, huh? Oh, this is a good one. This is a great one. All right. So let me see if there's a picture of this feller. There sure is. I'll open it up so everybody can see it. Maybe. Can I get to the downloads here, please? All right, here he is. So, a Florida man has been arrested after attempting to rob a Waffle House, but was only able to make off with some napkins. On Tuesday, a Madison County Sheriff's Office said the 28-year-old Edward William Rodriguez of Madison, Florida, is facing charges for unarmed robbery and assault after trying to rob the Waffle House while he was under the influence of alcohol and drugs. This is the best part. Witnesses told officials that Rodriguez walked into the Waffle House with a small dog. He made his hands into finger guns and yelled, "Get on the ground. Y'all are getting robbed."
I was wondering why unarmed. I get it. He brought finger guns.
Yeah. Here's the best part. Obviously, nothing happened. And so it's like he paused. It was silent. He grabbed a handful of napkins and ran. Oh my gosh. The Sunshine Law. Let me make sure that I just define this right. Unless, Terry, you feel confident talking about it.
I do not. I would have to pull it up. I've had a couple already.
So the Sunshine Law is Florida's government in this. So Florida's government in the Sunshine Law provides a right of access to governmental proceedings at both the state and local levels, and it applies to any gathering of 2 or more members of the same. That doesn't work. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I understand here. Let me make sure that I get it fully. I also might be very wrong that that's not what it is. And I'm okay with being wrong, actually.
I could be wrong and maybe just not calling it the right thing. You don't have to file as many Public Information Act items. They automatically share more out there. They have more of an open
I'm probably
access,
wrong.
but it may be called something different.
I'm late. Yes, he did indeed steal napkins. He sure did. I did not. But the fellow who's on the screen did, for sure.
Did they get him for actual theft, though? Because napkins are free. I can see getting, unarmed because he did finger guns. But he didn't actually steal anything because napkins are free.
Right. I guess they are, I suppose.
Napkins are free. They're sitting out.
They are.
Like ketchup.
Like ketchup packets, yes. All right, next one. Numero 6. Oh, this one comes complete with a video.
Oh.
Okay. Florida man tries to evade arrest by cartwheeling away from cops. That's right. I done said it. I said it.
Oh,
and here is video proof.
Look at his shoes.
Oh, you think it's over? It's not over. This poor guy. I don't know what he's gone through, but he is loving life right now.
And now he's dying. Well, I have to say he did better than I could do.
Oh. He said, "Get out of here." He said, "I'm sorry." Oh man. I really wouldn't go into the gymnast side of things. But he was, they call him a gymnastics enthusiast, and he was blocking the path of a truck at a Wawa in Orlando by doing flips in the middle of the roadway. They took him down apparently for blocking traffic, but he was able to wiggle out of his grasp. He launched into a cartwheel, but he didn't get very far. So, when in doubt, do something ridiculous. For those of you who just joined us, we were playing The Wheel of Florida Man, aka I spin the wheel and I read the story that is associated with the number. For those of you that were hanging out with RA's chat for his Friday podcast, I was able to watch some of it. Matthew Harris Law was on, and it was sounding pretty awesome, and I'm going to have to go back and watch it for sure. That's very true. You cannot. All right, let's do one more. We'll do one more.
Come on, number 3. Oh, number 5.
Number 5. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, this is another fella who is just so pleased with himself. It's troubling. Let me see if I can get the right. You know what? Forget it. I'll just bring him up. This is what he looks. Here he is.
Ooh.
He just has this smirk on his face. And here is what he's smirking about. Actually, here, this is what I can do. I'll copy this into another tab. Oh my gosh, JT, pull it together.
You're showing off all your technical skills.
All right, here he is. All right. So, a Florida man with a feast. This is y'all phrasing. A Florida man with a feast stuffed in his pants was arrested trying to sneak out of a grocery store. And so that's what he's smirking about. But you know, I feel like there's only so much space in pants, right? I think only so much
I
space
would think
in pants.
so. I actually one time was in the grocery store and a woman stuck the ground beef that they put in the prepackaged tubes, and she tried to stick it in her pants. They were like the old velour jumpsuit, whatever you call jogging suit things. This is like back in the 90s. And she tried to walk, and here was this thing, and she got caught. And I just remember going, what were you thinking, lady? Take one of the smaller packages.
Wasn't
2 of those.
Is that a tube of meat in your pants?
It literally was a tube of meat. And the scarier thing, they went and put it back on the shelf.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm glad they didn't. But did she have juicy across the back of her velour pants?
No, it was before that.
That sounds like
before that. It was like the early 90s because I was pregnant at the time, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So an arrest affidavit. So he's 26. He was taken into custody on petty merchant theft after he walked out of a market store in Indiantown on December 15th. An arrest affidavit said that they, quote, removed a full rack of ribs from his waistband. A full... Here's the thing. That's not all they removed.
Oh.
A further search uncovered 9 pieces of fried chicken, 2 packs of hamburger buns, mashed potatoes. How
do you get 9 pieces?
I don't want to go to that Golden Corral.
This was a grocery store, right? How do you get 9 pieces of fried chicken? Maybe the deli area?
Perhaps. I don't know. It was odd. It's just an odd story, potatoes? But it's something that he...
Were mashed potatoes in a container?
Mashed potato.
Were they in a container?
Yeah, I hope in a container. I don't know. But again, don't want to go to that Golden Corral.
I like that. I don't like him looking at me.
The buffet I wish to attend. Not at all. Yes, hamburger buns. Well, he had the hamburger meat too, so he had to have the buns to go with it. And I hope that those were stuffed in the back of his pants. So, heck no. That's where you draw the line? I draw the line at the full rack of ribs.
I do the ribs.
Although, yeah. He... Sorry, I got a little distracted because she said, I don't like him looking at me. Can we change the screen, please? I think it was actually mashed potatoes, not powdered. So that's fun. There's nothing better than a good old rack of ribs in your pants, apparently. So, yes.
He doesn't look like he's overly big, so that would be very obvious, all of that.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so.
I wish they had pictures of all of that stuffed in him.
Phrasing. But yeah, no, I just don't understand how that happened. He was indeed intoxicated with alcohol, for sure. But other than that, maybe we'll do one more. Maybe we'll just do one more. Everybody's like, everybody seems to be okay and enjoying. So,
are they all about men? Because so far, there's a Florida man.
There's a theme. Yep, there's a theme. This is also one. There are a lot of places that people can do drugs. I am not saying they should do them, but this fella decided on a really weird place. And a Florida man, because of course that's what we're doing here, a Florida man found stuck inside a porta potty was arrested on drug charges after they found him screaming for help. Why?
What?
Why? Oh.
Did he get locked in there or something?
I don't know. It was a real shitty situation. Deputies with Collier County were called after reports of a suspicious person and someone shouting. Oddly enough, was the same person. When a deputy arrived, a man could be heard yelling loudly, and as the deputy got closer, she could hear the screams and saw a foot sticking out of the bottom of a porta potty. He got his foot stuck in the door. He was not kidding around. The deputy opened the bathroom door, found a baggie with a powdery substance, later tested positive for fentanyl, as well as a syringe. So,
yeah.
That's
some bad stuff.
Just don't mess with that stuff, everybody. Don't do it.
It's not worth it.
I did say a cursey word. You are correct. It is night court. Every now and again, cursey words happen, and I apologize.
Put a quarter in the jar.
How did? Oh no! How did he? What I think is he locked the door. He forgot he locked the door. He pushed the door. The door was locked. He decided, well, the bottom of the door kind of, you guys know, the bottom of the door kind of opens just a little bit. It's got a little give, and I think he pushed his foot through it, and his foot got stuck. So. Oh man.
I mean, it could have been worse. It could have knocked over the whole container.
I don't know. Let me see if I can. Okay, we're gonna do one more. Just one more. And this is a little bit of a hard time, but this is definitely a dude who decided on a really weird thing to steal. Police are on the lookout for a man who robbed a shoe store in Miami, Florida. That makes sense. The man tried to get into the Lux Miami shoe store from the front. After he couldn't, he decided to cut a hole in the roof and jump in. Because, of course. Hey, Dave.
I mean...
where there's a will, there's a way, I suppose, right?
He was resourceful.
If he put that much energy into something that's beneficial to the community, oh my gosh, he could build a whole play set for children or something.
He could.
I don't want him around kids, but yeah. Surveillance footage caught the thief climbing on the wall of the display shoes and looking around the shop with his phone flashlight. Although footage only, guys, we've learned this. Don't take your phone with you if you're going to commit, it doesn't matter. Although footage only shows one man, police believe the burglar was working with a friend or two. So, when he comes down, he falls off of the rack. He comes to the ground. He gets up quickly and just starts grabbing every shoe there. Now, the store actually suffered $15,000 to $20,000 in loss. But, and the story says, I know what you're thinking. Either this crook stole a lot of shoes or these sneakers are very expensive. But we're going to answer that. So one pair of shoes at that place alone cost $350. Whoa. They better come with an act. But
yeah, that's still a lot.
But they weren't the only store targeted, and a Miami police officer said, quote, whoever was committing the burglary wanted to go directly to these businesses and get those shoes. These crooks actually made 3 holes on top of the roof, 2 of them not being in this business. So it's more of the damage that they caused than what they actually stole. Talking about what they took feet shoes. They didn't take a pair of shoes. They took single shoes that were on the rack. So they only took shoes for left feet. I can't.
That, I got nothing. Ow, what are you going to do with
There's
left
nothing.
shoes only? Unless
There's
the person is an amputee and only had one leg, maybe? It had to be drugs
I don't know.
involved.
I mean, maybe somebody
because
once
they were
once told them they had 2 left feet, and they were like, "Well, I'll show you." Let's see. There were a couple of folks here. Let's see here. It's I try not to spend more than $50 on a pair of shoes. Maybe it shows, but I've got other things to purchase. That's man, the amount of seriously, the shoes better walk for you at that point. Truly, they better help you dance. They better help you, walk around. Oh boy. I mean, maybe they were. Maybe he literally had 2 left feet. I don't know. And if he did, I feel bad for judging. However, my chances are, human build tells me that he doesn't have 2 left feet, and he's very disappointed. He was very disappointed when they got home. Very disappointed.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I don't know.
Wow.
What an interesting fella. So that's y'all. That's our Florida Man segment, and that's for you. This one came through as we were at that video was happening. Maybe he stole the right foot shoes in another store.
Hey, that's how maybe he was gonna take it and return it and say, "Hey, you only gave me left ones."
Correct.
So you
Couldn't
could
go back and exchange them. Yes. Yeah, I was going for a little bit of that, just a little bit. It was a fun intro and exit video to do. I do too, for sure. So Terry, if you could describe our podcast for everybody, how would you do so?
A good time. Is that a simple? A good time?
It is.
I love it because we relate to the stories. We try to be very respectful for the families, but I'll keep it clean. The POSs, we have no problem throwing them under the bus, but we do also take into account sometimes there's extenuating circumstances. But what I really, really say the best thing about it is, as HH says, he goes, "Y'all are like a seductive glass of wine that's very tart." So I've to this day don't know if that means we're good or we need help. So
yes, the answer is yes. Double H is handsome hubby.
Oh.
Yeah. Shireen, you're close. Hand. That is an autocorrect for sure. I call him Double H. Is handsome hubby, and he is awesome. He's kind of the producer. He's the editor. He kind of puts all the things together, and he does a great job doing it. So, yes. He was like, H.H. Holmes? No. Not this time around.
Yeah, no, not this time around.
Oh.
But we try to have fun with it because it gets dark.
Yeah, and so Jennifer, good question. So our podcast is literally everywhere. It's on Apple, it's on Spotify, it's on I think it's on Amazon as well. Where else are we? Pretty much Spotify, anywhere where you'll get up you
iHeart.
Yeah.
Alexa even plays it now.
iHeartRadio. We're on iHeartRadio. Does Alexa play it?
She does,
That's
and now she
cool.
just
I like
heard me,
that.
so I need to tell her to shut up before she talks to me. But yeah, she'll play it for you.
Caitlin said Double H was Triple H's little brother. Are you ready?
Ready?
Oh man. Yes, Tash, it's true crime and wine time. True crime and wine time. We have a good time, and this month our theme is Pride Month, and so we're
Yes.
talking about a couple of different things. Is mine the first one or the second one this month?
I was
I don't
first. You were
remember.
no, you were first. I was second.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So the first. This is how this works, everybody. So my episode is all about the Stonewall riots in 1969, I think it was, which is a really fascinating story. In fact, I think Terry and I both learned some new things that night. So
I did for sure.
And Tish said, and now she's talking to me. This is the downside of having her in the room where you also stream, is because if somebody says that name and then they say order something,
I can also tell you, if you have somebody who talks in their sleep, she will respond, because I had it happen with our granddaughter and it kind of freaked me out.
It's scary. And then yours this month is
Jesse Smollett.
That's right.
Jesse.
And a good chunk of you all probably know a little bit about him as well.
Yeah.
It was more recent for sure. I wouldn't say I have that many.
I think it's close.
Yeah, maybe it's getting there. It's 3 or 4 plus the stream, and you all put up with me. You all put up with me. You put up with me. Thank you.
I am so grateful to have you as a co-host, because when I started the podcast, it was just me. And then we did a couple of guest things together. And I'm so grateful because I'm not funny and you help make me funnier.
Please tell Mrs. Brewcrime that. Somebody tell Mrs. Brewcrime that. I'm funny sometimes. Sometimes I guess if you had to live with me, it's not as charming.
S6AHH doesn't think I'm funny. I'm tart.
Virginia, no. No. Listen, Terry is guesting tonight. Brandi has actually decided to take time off, if you can believe it. She has gone 24 hours taking time off, and right now she is with her girlfriends watching The Little Mermaid in the movie theaters. So,
well deserved.
Well deserved. She does a lot of stuff.
But we also
Shireen.
Yep. He does get around the podcast, but can I tell him the new special that we're doing?
Yes. Oh, yes. I wanted to do this before we moved into Jodi. Please do.
Yeah. So we are doing something called a perfect crime. So randomly people would email stuff saying, oh, I think I could have done that better. I would have not done this. So we're asking people to send in an email. You can do it anonymous. We've gotten 4 so far. Mm-hmm. Tell us your perfect crime plan, whether it be murder, kidnapping, bank robbery, whatever. And we are going to share them live and debunk them.
It's going to be fun. Remind me of the email. Is it truecrimewinetime@gmail.com?
It's, yes, just truecrimewinetime@gmail.com.
I just popped it in the chat. I should have created a command. I did not. That was not very bright of me. But you can email us with what you think might be a good crime, and we'll see. So here, what if we get a real? No, we're not trying to set you up. No. What if you get a real crime that somebody did. Well, we won't know if it actually happened.
Yeah, we won't know.
Or not.
Hopefully they're smart enough to send it
the
anonymously. Create a fake Gmail account to send it.
Yeah, if that's the case, yes. So, but what we're going to do is not this Sunday, but next Sunday, we are going to do this live. So, Brandi's going to be on vacation, and I was like, this is the perfect time. So we are going to do this live where we read emails and entries of people's perfect crimes, and we attempt to debunk them. And so we're very excited about doing this. I'm very excited about doing this. Let's see. Should you ask your patients for advice? I mean, you technically could.
Hey, please.
I will say this. So take notes. You got it. Right. I'll say this. Terry did a great job asking somebody if this could cause us problems or difficulty legally, and no, it cannot. So, because we are not saying do it, we're saying submit them, and we're going to debunk them. We're not.
And we're going to
tips.
tell you why you're going to get caught doing it that way.
Yep. And we'll even crowdsource from you all too. And so that's going to be 2 Sundays from now. Yes, they did. They did indeed get caught. It's true. But maybe they've learned probably not. They probably haven't learned their lesson. But yeah.
They may think they have.
So if you've got they think they have. It's true. It's true. But yeah. So send that in, and not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. Tune in, and we are going to do that. We'll have a name, and I'll try and put together a little intro video and all that fun stuff. So step 1, become invisible.
Yes.
Not real stories. No. Don't tell us if they are, please.
Yeah,
I don't want to know.
Please.
I don't want to know.
Because these aren't confessions. Hopefully.
No, these are my confessions. Just when you thought I said all I could say. Don't don't give us the real stuff. Give us what you would do. Mm-hmm.
I think most people
in court
who like true crime think, and especially if you watch a lot of the shows, you listen, you kind of think, even me, I have a perfect plan. And I'm even thinking of writing up mine and submitting it. But then I decided that wouldn't be fair because I already know, the story. But I think everybody thinks that they can get away with something. Absolutely. Leave your cell phone at home.
Mm-hmm.
Playing YouTube live stream
for that month.
No, leave it there and let YouTube live stream so it looks like you're actually actively watching something on your phone while you're gone.
Remember your Miranda rights when submitting it. Step 2, don't drive. Also, don't grab 3 gas tanks from your ex before you drive thousands of miles to your boyfriend's house, ex-boyfriend's house. Yes, call Matthew Harris immediately.
Yes.
Matthew Harris Law, call him immediately.
I don't know how to say her name. Is it Mesa? That dog, that little Maltese looks identical to the little thing you heard barking earlier. That was my Josie, my little Maltese.
No, our folks are all pay everything in cash.
Yes.
Look, you guys are listen, write this stuff down.
Please
and
write it.
Email it in.
Yes, please.
Email it in. I just sent the email again out.
Because it'll be great, because I think we're going to be so close to reading it. I am curious to see what fans in the audience say. Oh, but did you think of this? To get input is going to be interesting from the chat, because they might debunk us.
Yeah. That would be fine. That's troublesome. I have not seen that, nor have I heard about that.
I have not either.
I will be looking into that.
Yeah.
Shireen said, I'm calling Heidi and Mark. Yes. Yes, Mark the Shark. That's a good idea. I would do that too. He did a great job for Travis Rudolph, so I would say yes.
Yeah. But I will say somebody wrote one and sent in, and I just took a quick peek, and they were like, this would have worked in the 80s. Now I'm not so sure. But I was like, okay. I mean, in the 80s, it might have worked because there's more technology now.
I mean, how many times have we ever covered a case in the 80s where we're like, DNA wasn't really as advanced, and so they got away with it a lot longer? And I mean, that's just it. It's a tale as old as time. So we're going to be like the new Ocean's 13, but JT's 13.
Oh, I like love that.
That should be fun. That'll be fun. Who does that make me? Does that make me George Clooney? I'm not even going to say the name because it's not even close. Isn't he in that? He's in that, right?
He's in that.
Georgie Porgy.
Well, and one of the exciting things about it, and I'm just going to give a little tidbit because I haven't even told you yet, JT. I do have a former law enforcement person who is willing to be a guest as it progresses. If we start getting some really good ones and we keep it going, the special, who's willing to join us and come on and give us some input from his FBI days.
Oh, that sounds good. I like that. That's going to be good.
So I'm kind of excited about that.
And then if you would like to follow Crime and Wine Time and get all of the updates, that would be the link. And you can click on that and hit follow, and that'll work too. Yes, we are watching Jodi tonight. In fact, that's coming up next. So we are going to start that. But thank you for humoring me for about an hour.
I'm going to just say Jodi did not have a good plan.
No. The first mistake was thinking about doing it and thinking she could get away with it. And the second mistake was dropping her camera in the washer, thinking it would ruin it.
Right. Oh, there's so many things that she did wrong. But I love the fact she thinks she was so intelligent about it.
Yeah, and not only that, but she not only became like the perfect criminal that she thought she was, but then she became the perfect defense attorney for herself that she thought she was, putting together her defense, trying to tell them exactly what to do, when all they were trying to do was keep her from dying. So
yeah.
So it's just fast. She's fascinating. Yes, and now she only has a putt-putt pencil. It's very true. That's what she draws with her putt-putt pencil.
Yeah. I want to know what she's drawing.
I do assume that they're like the little high school S's that you draw, that you make like 3D. I don't know if you've ever seen those before. Have you ever seen this?
I don't think I have. I think you're maybe a different decade than me. No.
If I show you, though, you might be. I guarantee you one of your boys had it.
Okay, probably.
Here, that.
I have never seen that before.
No? Okay. Well, maybe not.
I learned something new.
I've aged myself in a different way.
That's okay.
Oh, boy. Yes. 3 lines on the top, on the bottom, in a diagonal. For sure.
Wow, I learned something new.
It was something that we did on the side of our sheet of paper. It was like a pen refill. Oh, man. That, or she's just got like a picture of Juan Martinez with like horns coming out of his head.
I think she's writing I Love Jodi.
Over and over and over again, but in different handwriting to make it seem like it's somebody else's.
Yes. I think so.
Oh my gosh, yes, it was from it was from that era. Love you like a sister. Yes, it was. That was like everybody does LOL, LMAO, all that stuff. Like, love you like a sister was like the precursor to all of that for sure. And yep. look, everybody's there with me. They're there with me. She does a lot of art now. She does. And she does
And
sell it.
I'm just gonna say I'm against her being able to make money from doing anything.
You and everybody here.
We watched that movie, The Green Mile, with our granddaughter this past week, but on
Mhm.
regular TV, so it wasn't as bad. She goes, "Why are the prisoners out working?" My husband goes, "Because it used to not be a cushy, get to watch TV, sit around all day in the AC gig."
Well, yeah, that's very true. It's a little different these days, unless they
Yeah.
elect to do something like that. But oh man, well, I'm gonna get started on Jodi. I don't know if you want to stick around or
I'm going to stick around for a little bit if that's okay.
Yeah, totally. And I said Jodi, but we do have a video before Jodi, but it so don't be angry with me, everybody. And I mentioned this on Wednesday, but it's computer forensic examiner Lonnie Dworkin, which sounds like a made up name, but it's true. And so we are going to go ahead and get started. Where is my? We'll go that route for now. Let me just wait. Hold on. This is not flying. This is not flying. Let's see here.
And those bangs, I just have to say, those bangs.
I know, right? They're all over the place. They have minds of their own.
Yeah.
No, but there are tablets. There are tablets. Yes, they do have tablets. Is this true? Pea farms?
So now the prison that used to be in Sugar Land, Texas by Imperial Sugar, I know they were a sustainable prison. They used to grow their own vegetables, and peas and corn were their main thing. And that's a lot of what they ate, and they had to work there.
Okay.
So I don't know if all Texas does that, but I know the one in Sugar Land did.
Yes, Brandi does call them emergency bangs. Emergency breakup bangs.
I mean, her whole hair's got just, I'll be kind.
And Virginia, yes. So we're gonna watch this video, and then the next one. God, if I'm lying to you, I better. If I'm lying, I'm dying.
It's okay. You're a man, and it's Friday.
Crazy. Oh my gosh! Stop. Yep. Nope. Next one. Next video. Next video. She's on. So that's gonna be fun. All right. So let's go ahead and hit play. Let's see how this goes. Let's see what happens.
Dworkin.
And Mr. Dworkin, we left off with pictures that you already have up there on your desk, exhibits 393 and 394. We were talking about a mirror image or a copy of a hard drive. Do you remember that?
If you can refresh my memory, I don't remember the exact context.
Okay, well, we were just talking about a mirror image and things that you pulled off of that mirror image.
It's Handsome Hubby.
Came from?
Yes.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And the mirror image was taken of a hard drive. Do you know who that hard drive belonged to?
According to the documentation that was provided along with the hard drive, attached to the hard drive, and notes I had received separately previously from the Mesa Police Department, it appeared to belong to Jodi Arias.
Okay, and those two pictures, exhibits 393 and 394, are those two pictures that came off of that mirror image of the hard drive?
Yes, I removed them or I copied them off from the forensic copy, the mirror image.
All right. Okay, I want to talk to you, I want to move on a little bit and let's talk about a heliophone that you looked at.
Okay.
Currently just the main trial. We're not going to do I don't think we're going to retrial this one.
A heliophone, it's actually Ocean Helio. It's a early predecessor to today's smartphones. It has a dual function keyboard, so you can slide the phone in one way and reveal a dial pad with just numerical keys, or you can slide the phone in a different way and reveal a full keyboard, QWERTY keyboard. And it had some multimedia features, had the ability to surf the web, take photographs, record audio, things of that nature.
All right. And did you look at a Helio phone in this case?
Yes, Helio Ocean.
And did you actually receive the phone itself?
Yes, I did receive the phone.
Do you know when you did received it?
I would have to check my records.
Okay, can you do that?
Sure.
That's a Helio phone, for those of you who are interested.
And when you have it, I'll get it.
Yes, my kids had those.
Oh, yeah? Is he working hard? Yeah, I hope so.
Yes.
Definitely harder than the detectives that investigated Travis Rudolph's case. Working 9 to 5. Who was Dworkin? It was the brother and sister that went on a trip with her and Travis.
Exhibit number 424. Can you tell us when you received that Helio phone?
I received the Helio phone, the Ocean Helio phone, on June 30th, 2010.
Okay, and when you received it, what'd you do with it?
I secured it in my evidence locker, and then at a later date, I processed the phone to extract information.
All right, and what do you mean process the phone? Did you have a protocol that you do?
I do. I would have to refer. I generated several reports. Each report had a different objective or scope.
Okay.
I can speak generally to my protocol and specifically some of the challenges I faced with this phone, or I can pull my reports up and talk to each one.
Let's talk about specifically, did you have any problems with the phone pulling information?
Well, I had some challenges. Generally with cell phone forensics, we like to use forensically established protocols and tools that go along with those protocols. So there's some very popular forensic tools out in the marketplace that will allow us to attach to a cell phone and extract the information in a repeatable, very comprehensive manner. However, prior to these specialized forensic tools showing up in the industry, we used to be left with either using commercial available tools to extract data, or sometimes something as simple as screen captures. And we found that screen captures were court accepted, and so that was always the fallback method. With this specific phone, the Ocean Helio brand, there were no forensic tools, and I just recently checked, and there still are no forensic tools available that can actually attach to the phone and extract the information directly. So I was relegated to having to just take screen captures to capture the information from the phone, with the exception of, I believe, the audio. The audio I actually played on the phone and captured it over an adapter, a wire adapter that's able to plug into the headset that came with the cell phone.
Tell me.
So he wore headphones.
Well, before we get to the audio,
That's what he meant to
do you know who
say.
this phone belonged to?
I believe it belonged to Jodi Arias.
Did you get a chance to turn on the phone?
Yes, that was part of my process of extracting the information. I had to turn on the phone.
Okay, so when you turned on the phone, were there any photos that came up?
On the phone, it had a big screen on the front of the phone.
2008.
And as soon as you powered on the phone,
The
there
trial
was
was
a photograph of
2013.
Jodi Arias and another
It goes to ownership.
Overruled.
And the
photo
trial
of
ran
Jodi
from early
Arias and
January to
another young
early
lady.
May.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the audio. Can you explain to me what you mean by you plugged in to get the audio off of the phone?
Yes. Typically, before I examine a
So have
phone, especially one that I'm not familiar with, such as the Ocean Helio, I obtained a copy of the user manual and reviewed the user manual. Typically, the first step is to make sure that I don't change anything on the cell phone. And so I want to make sure I put the cell phone into what's called airplane mode, so it can't send or receive any wireless signals. This helps limit the amount of changes that could occur on the phone. After I did that, I had noted in the manual that I had the ability to record audio or memos And I did locate a audio recording application on the phone. It's part of the built-in suite of applications that comes with the phone. And I was able to identify approximately 7 or 8 recordings that have been recorded over a period of time. And I was able to play those. What I did was, the phone, when I received it, it came with a little headset adapter, not actually a headset, but it had a very small microphone jack or headphone jack on the side of the cell phone. It wouldn't take a normal size headphone jack. So with this adapter, I was able to plug it into the side of the phone and then attach that to a recorder on my computer and play the audio from the phone over that wire and record it onto my computer.
So was it recorded directly onto your computer?
Correct. I did not just play the audio over its internal speaker and then try to pick it up with a microphone. I connected the phone directly from its audio out or headphone jack directly to my computer, and I recorded the audio.
All right. And what did you do with that audio after you recorded it?
I saved it as part of an overall report and provided that the set of audio files along with other recovered items as part of a CD report.
Okay. And then you said you did screen captures?
Yes, that was the only option, to capture call logs, messages, photographs, things of that nature.
Okay. And what's a screen capture?
A screen capture is quite simply turning on the phone. Information is displayed on the phone. Could be a photo, could be a call log. And I have a camera that's in a special rig, so to speak, that's suspended over the phone, and I can take photographs of each screen as I page through each screen.
Okay.
It's a laborious process, but.
All right. And is that what you did in this situation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you also look at a Canon camera?
Face.
Yes,
Yeah. Do you know when you did that?
approximately.
Do you need to look?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I have to check another source for the record.
Okay. Let's go back a second to the Helio before
Okay.
you do that. When you were talking about screen captures, the screen captures, did you take screen captures or pictures of the text messages that were on the Helio?
Yes.
All right, Judge, may I approach?
It's his last name, Dworkin.
See where you are.
Everyone's Dworkin. I know that's not what that was, but that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Do you recognize those as the screen captures from the Helio?
Yes. These appear to be from the Helio phone.
All right. And those are just photographs of the actual phone itself.
Yes.
No,
And
they're actually
what are
the
those
phone.
photographs of? Not the content, but what are those photographs of?
These
In
are
the next video.
photographs of messages that were taken over the phone. So these are the textual portions of the messages.
Okay. All right. And was that something, are these things that you also took off then at the same time that you were dealing with the audio? Was this all part of your examination?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All
I
right,
like what you did.
let's
was
go
a
back to the
Helio.
Canon.
It's a
Okay.
Helio
almost there.
cell.
Okay.
I don't mind him looking at whatever he's looking at, but if we could just add what he looked at first. I think it was a computer, and now he's looking at something else so that the record accurately reflects what he's referring to.
Yes. Judge, what did you look at first?
The first thing I looked at was a calendar I maintain for my activities. When I received the camera, I was actually in another hearing here in court, and I was called down to receive the camera from defense.
Okay.
I came down and received the camera, and then because I did not know I was going to be receiving it, I had no paperwork with me. Normally, I have a item receipt or a chain of custody form with me when I pick up evidence items. In this case, I did not. I received the camera, and that's why I'm having to go back to my digital system because when I got back to my lab, I checked it into my evidence locker, and for that I have a digital system, which is not on my computer, but it's on my iPhone.
Okay.
So now I'm checking my digital record back from my office
On your iPhone.
on my iPhone.
Okay.
Working at the car wash.
Okay, I'm ready with my answer.
All right. So when did you receive the Canon camera?
I have a record of checking it into my evidence locker on January 15th
Of what year?
of this year.
Okay.
And I just checked my calendar and I see that I have my court appearance in the other case on the 15th. And so these coincide, so I believe I received it on January 15th, 2013.
All right. Have you reviewed cameras before in your experience?
Yes.
What, do you have like a standard protocol, or what is it that you do when you receive a camera?
Yes, I have a standard protocol for reviewing cameras. The first step when I receive a camera is I obtain a copy of the user manual so I can learn about some of the key features of the camera. Specifically, I'd like to know if it has any internal memory. I'd like to know if it has the ability to maintain date and time. Most digital cameras today do. I also want to make sure that, to check other features, for example, the ability to take remote photos, if it has a timer built into it, other salient features. Also, I'd like to learn what kind of memory cards does it take and how many. Some of the professional cameras, for example, can take 2 different types of memory cards, and sometimes those memory cards are 2 different types of memory cards. So I want to make sure I don't inadvertently overlook something when I examine the camera. Once I receive the evidence item, sometimes it comes in an enclosure or a carrying case. So the protocol is to inspect all the contents of the carrying case, all the pockets, hidden pockets, and so forth, and photograph and document the contents. And then I move on to the camera itself. I take photographs of the camera as well. And then based on the information I got when I reviewed the user guide, I remove the memory cards, set them aside. I take photographs of those as well. And then if I can, I'll power on the camera and note any information that's displayed on the screen, such as date and time. This is often helpful in confirming if the camera is current or not. Unfortunately, many of the criminal cases I work on, I often don't get access to the camera until maybe years after the camera had been seized and had been sitting in an evidence locker. So oftentimes the battery is dead. So if the camera doesn't have internal memory, I usually don't power on the camera to check date and time because oftentimes the clock and calendar will have been reset to factory default anyway. So unless I'm specifically directed or there's discussion for me to do that.
What is going on with their
this case,
microphone all of a
I
sudden?
noted that this is a professional DSLR, digital single reflex lens camera. It does not have internal memory.
I'm trying to
for
fix
storage. And so I did not power on the camera. The camera was dead.
Okay.
The power was dead. And so then I moved my attention to the memory cards. There was one memory card. It's a compact flash 4 gigabyte memory card. I have in my report the photographs and the brand and so forth, but I don't recall offhand. I do remember it was a 4 gig. The compact flash memory card kind of looks like a 1.5 inch by 1.5 inch, very thin wafer. And I went ahead, I took that memory card and I forensically copied it and then proceeded to analyze it.
Let me ask you, what do you mean by forensically copied it?
So a memory card is very much like a hard drive. So at this point, my standard protocol for handling a memory device is used. So it's treated just like a hard drive. So the first step, of course, is to photograph the item. The second step is to select the appropriate safeguard so I can make a forensic copy of the memory card. And again, the key objective here initially during this stage is to make sure I don't risk changing any information on the memory card. So I have a special device called a write block. In fact, I have many of them, depending on the type of device I'm trying to copy information off of. I have one that's designed for USB devices, and I have a USB read-only adapter for this compact flash type of device. So I took the memory card, and I plugged it into the adapter, and I plugged this.
Real quick pause, everybody. Pausing for the cause. Terry's got good things to go do tonight. So everybody send some love to Terry. Thank you for joining.
No, thank you for having me. This community is amazing. And I mean, I think y'all just have a great thing. You and Brandi just have a really great thing going.
The group here and on the day stream and the mods, they make it easy. They make it easy. So thank you. Thanks for joining. Everybody tune in to True Crime and Wine Time. There's 2 episodes a month. This month again is it's Pride Month, so it's crimes / history surrounding that. And there's a lot in the backlogs as well. And then not this Sunday, but next Sunday, we are going to be doing basically debunking the perfect crime in which you submit. So
Yes, please.
Yes. Terry.
Thank you. Guys, have a great time and thank you for letting me join.
All right. Bye. Have a good night.
Bye, guys. Have a good one.
Just say hi.
Talk to you later.
Bye. Now you got to stare at my ugly mug. And by that, I mean, I'm going to put it on the trial again.
Adapter into this special right block device. The right block device is made by Tableau. This is the same device that most of my peers use. Law enforcement uses the same device. And it prevents the computer from making any changes to any of the information on the card. So if I was to examine it later or make copies in the future, or law enforcement or another peer, they would come up with the exact same results without any information having been changed. Once I've attached this device, the memory card, to the right block, I then began the process of making a forensic copy using EnCase to preserve the forensic copy. And once the copy has been completed and then verified to be bit for bit exact to what was on the memory card, I can then power down the right block device and then secure the memory card.
How do you compare it bit for bit to make sure that they're the same?
The EnCase product, as others, have a great built-in feature that once it makes a forensic copy, it compares the forensic copy to the original copy using what's called an MD5 hash value, or message digest version number 5. This is a mathematical algorithm, very much like digital fingerprinting, if you will, that will take a stream of bits that would comprise a file or even an entire memory card, and it puts it through a formula, and the result of the formula is a unique alphanumeric 32 character code. And it's, when I say alphanumeric, it would be made up of numbers and letters. If a single bit was to change between when I copied it and the original, the hash values would not match. And I would get a warning from the system saying errors. And it would tell me the evidence hash value, and it would show me the copied hash value. And this is a standard protocol. It's built into the tool. When I receive hard drives, forensic copies of hard drives and so forth, it's customary. I'll also receive from the police their MD5 hash reports. And this is also one of the things that I do when I receive evidence or I am about to re-examine evidence. For example, I always revalidate the evidence file to make sure nothing has changed, that these hash values are always the same.
Okay. Did you have any problem with hash values with the Canon camera?
No, I did not.
All right. And what were you asked to do with this Canon camera?
I was asked to locate images and produce the images that I can recover from both allocated and unallocated space. Or in other words, images or photographs that you can easily see using the camera or a computer, as well as deleted images.
Are the deleted images when you talk about unallocated space?
Correct. Unallocated space and deleted images are the same for our discussion.
Okay. And so were you able to pull photos off of this camera?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding that, did you pick up this camera actually from this courtroom.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that it was seized from Mesa PD?
Objection. You're saying?
Not for an expert.
Objection. Let me think about it.
Approach.
Yep. Sidebar.
All right, Mr. Dorkin, is it your understanding that this camera came from the Mesa Police Department?
Yes. When I received the bag, it looks like a shopping bag. I've seen these before because I've received evidence from Mesa Police in the past. The evidence was in what appeared to be a shopping bag, and the shopping bag has special markings on it. So, for example, the detective can mark off whether this is for safekeeping or to be destroyed or for evidence. And so.
Mr. Dorkin, sorry, let me interrupt you because
Oh.
this might help.
Oh,
May I
yes.
approach?
You may.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 364, the shopping bag.
Thank you.
All right, this exhibit number 364, is that what you picked up?
Yes.
Okay,
This is
tell-
the shopping bag.
All right, I'm sorry I interrupted you. What is it?
This is the shopping bag I picked up. And
Okay.
inside is the camera case. Inside the camera case is a Canon DSLR.
Okay, and how is it that you know that it was something that was seized by Mesa Police Department?
Well, there are markings on the bag. Here, it's in the upper right-hand corner of the bag. It's been formally printed. It says Mesa Police Department Property and Evidence Package. And then there are other formal markings here regarding case, item, date of impound, and so forth. At the bottom, the note says evidence is circled as what this pertains to. And then there are additional markings on the bag. Certainly there's this evidence, this exhibit number 364 is attached to it, as well as there's a barcode system that's attached to it, identifying it as a digital camera. And it also has a unique property ID and case reference number attached to it. The bag itself, sorry about the noise. The bag itself, you may notice, has hand notes that appear to be signatures and dates. And I know from my experience, having worked with Mesa Police Department before and received evidence, it's a common practice that when they open an evidence bag, whether it's actually a shopping bag or maybe something a little smaller, the person opening it and responsible for it will typically sign their name on it and put the date of when they accessed that evidence item. I've participated in that process with them many times.
He's
And so I
testifying
see
to
that
things
there are
that
numerous
were, I
markings
think,
around the bag. I don't
on
recognize
Travis's laptop,
signatures,
slash phone.
but I'm sure we might be able to figure out who had access.
possibly
Okay.
also,
And on the front of the bag, does it have
Jodi's.
any information of when it was originally seized?
I think.
It has a date of impounding, which is actually different than necessarily seizing, I believe. Impounding is when it's secured into their evidence locker.
What's that date?
It's covered by the, can I remove the exhibit tag?
Judge Mahey?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, date of impound is July 21st, 2008.
Okay, thank you. All right, and is it your understanding that this camera belonged to Miss Arias?
That is my understanding, yes.
All right, Judge, at this point, defense moves to introduce exhibit number 364 into evidence.
I mean, without knowing what happened in the end,
Okay.
you know, I don't
Do you
think
want me
I'd
to
ever
take
get
that back?
nasty with somebody personally, but you know, if she's coming in through his doggy door, I mean, I'd probably get a little pointed as well.
All right, Mr. Dorkin, so you talked about there being a
Really?
memory
Oh my
card
God.
that was associated with this Canon camera.
Yes,
All right, were you
Enjoy
able to pull
watching
photos
video
off of
game.
that memory card?
yes,
You talked about allocated, is it unallocated is deleted?
yes. We can just refer to it as active files and deleted files.
Okay, so out of those photos, Judge, may I approach? I'm showing you what's been marked for exhibits 413, 415, 413, 14, 15, and 417. And do you recognize those photos as being pulled from the Canon?
Yes, I recognize these.
And can you turn the photo over? There's some information on the back of each photo.
Yeah.
Is that EXIF information?
Judge, if you could at least hold them down so that the jury can see them until.
Is that EXIF information?
No, this information appears to be file system information.
Oh, okay. Can you
The
look at some?
difference is file information, the camera itself, when it takes a photograph, a digital camera takes a photograph, it embeds information into the photograph itself about the cameras and the camera
Metadata.
settings, so that we could look at the digital file that's built into the photograph using the appropriate tools. For example, if you use Photoshop, it's a very popular product, or in the Windows operating system or in the Mac operating system.
We saw this in the Johnny
You can
Depp
ask about
trial. If you
properties
watch
of a
Johnny
photo.
Depp's trial,
Oftentimes, it'll show you at least the basic exchange
metadata was a
information,
big
or
deal.
what we call EXIF information. That information would include things such as make and model of the camera, date and time the picture was taken and digitized and saved. It would also contain possibly information about camera settings, focal length, shutter speed, aperture, and in some of the cameras that have built-in GPS or global positioning capabilities, it might actually include the location the photograph was taken. File system data is a little bit different. File system data has to do with managing the photograph on the actual memory card or a hard drive for that matter. It captures the date and time the photograph was saved or moved or copied to its current location, and salient information as well. Oftentimes on a camera memory card, the file system create date, for example, will be the same as the
That's very
digitized
true.
date
And yes,
that's
they did.
captured as part of the EXIF information. This
No
information
whammy, no
talks
whammy,
about
no whammy.
file create and last written information. And so this would indicate to me that this is file system information. It's not saying date digitized, things of that nature, which would lead me to believe it would be EXIF information.
Okay, can you flip through on,
You know,
and tell
there
us-
is an
can you look
online.
at,
I can show
exhibit
you
number
guys real quick if
413,
you want to.
and
Do you
be
want to
careful
see
not
what
to-
metadata looks like?
pull the photo up?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon, could you move your microphone back, the long one? Yes, move it back a little bit. Thank you.
All right, so 413, does that have file system information on it?
Yes.
All right, and can you look at 414?
I could show you something. Let's see.
Does that have file system information?
No.
All right, we're gonna
Or
let
does
this
that-
play,
oh,
but I'll do
Does
this
that have a
over.
blank piece of paper also stapled to the back? One of them does.
Let me find a photo here.
In between the exhibit number and the photo itself,
Nothing like that.
Judge may approach.
You may.
Let me find a photo of not people, ideally.
Thank you.
So does 414 have file system information on it?
Yes.
All right, and what about 415
Yes.
and 417?
Yes.
All right,
Let me
I love you
provide that last
too.
response.
sure.
417 actually has EXIF information on it, not file
Data
system
once a
information.
week.
Well, it has both, actually. It has file system information and EXIF information.
And the EXIF information just provides us more information than the file system?
It
All
may
right.
provide the same, well, it provides
as we're
different
watching this.
information. Oftentimes, the basic information is the same.
Okay,
So with
So file name,
417,
size,
I
etc.
recognize
There's your
this
EXIF.
format, the way the information is presented.
by
This is
the
typical
camera
from an
and the
in-case
model that took
extraction.
it,
And
the orientation.
I see that we have file system information included along with the EXIF information.
all right. And with regard to these photographs, 413, 414,
Resolution.
415, and 417, are these all photos that you recognize that you took off of the Canon camera?
These
The
are-
external drive, I mean?
These all
That's not the correct
appear to
create
be
date, but
images I recall seeing
when
on
that was
the
taken,
memory card I
aperture.
had removed from that Canon camera.
flash was off, did
And our
not
defense would
fire.
move in exhibits 413, 414, 415, and 417.
They have provide me a copy, and I haven't seen the report, so perhaps she would.
Yes.
Actually, Judge, we did provide a copy.
Serial number,
Why
color.
don't you show the actual
Vibration
exhibits to
reduction.
Mr. Martinez?
Q, time zone. Where else are we going here? The aperture, the lens stop, flash source.
Objection as relevance as to
Get
all
down a little
of them,
further.
and objection as to relevance and hearsay as to Exhibit 417.
You may approach.
GPS version.
Show that
uh,
the defendant has returned and all counsel are present. The jury is not present. The objection.
Judge, with regard to Exhibit number 414, it's a picture of the defendant with a
Did I
black
miss?
dog. The state fails to see how that is relevant. I understand that there may be some information as to when this was taken, although I don't see, it has some information as to when the file was created.
But you can see how much was in there.
Again,
There's a
without
lot of stuff in
the
metadata.
defendant, herself taking the stand and providing why this is relevant. The state would object. Additionally, the fact that she's with this what appears to be very cute black dog, I think that under 401, 402, and 403 analysis, it would be unduly prejudicial. Again, we're here on a murder case, and the fact that they're presenting her hugging a dog is irrelevant. Then there's exhibit number 415. It shows the defendant with another individual, a female, wearing a yellow top, and it does have some information on it. Again, this was about the same time, but it shows the defendant smiling, and it shows this other person smiling. Again, this is irrelevant, again, until the defendant takes a stand. Under 401, 402, and 403,
I hope we're going
it's also
someplace fun.
unduly prejudicial. It shows her as a happy-go-lucky kind of person, and I don't see how that's relevant to the killing. There's a picture, exhibit number 413, of the defendant with another
She is
female
not
who,
putting up
has
with
colored
this.
her hair red.
She's
They
like,
both are
really?
smiling. Again, it has some information in the back, but the fact that they're smiling and they have a red background, there is no relevance that has been shown at this time. Again, we can't forget that we're here on a murder case, not to show that the defendant was happy with this other young female, whoever that may be. Exhibit 417 is a top that says Travis Alexander. It's kind of like a sweat top color. And then there's some pink underwear that says Travis's, apostrophe S. We know that these photographs were taken by someone who laid these items out on the bed. It appears that they were taken on July 12th, or it says date and time of original, July 12th, it's saying, of 2008, and then it says date and time digitized, July 12th of 2008. These were taken after the victim after the defendant killed the victim. So again, the date is problematic in terms of relevance. These were created afterwards. It appears that she did this sort of as an homage to the victim shortly before she was arrested. So unless there's that sort of foundation as to when these were created, the items here, also, it's irrelevant that the defendant.
So he's saying the photos were taken and created after the murder.
And a top that maybe
so what's going to be shown is not required.
Ms. Beaumont?
Judge, with regard to exhibits 413, 414, and 415, these are all photos of Miss Arias that are taken that show very clear pictures of the color of her hair. These photos were all taken, let's see, let me be specific. Exhibit number 414, the information of when this photo was taken was on May 15th of 2008. Exhibit number 415, the information is that it was taken on May 17th of 2008. And exhibit number 413, the information is that it was created on May 10th of 2008. The relevance of these photos has been based on what the state's case presented, the fact that she supposedly had blonde hair when she went to go rent a car on June 2nd of 2008, and then magically had brown hair when she was taken, when Travis took photos of her on his bed on June 4th. somehow implying that she was maybe trying to do something incognito. In reality, Judge, her hair had been brown for quite some months, and specifically in exhibit number 414, you can see with the cute dog, you can see the fact that she has blonde streaks in her hair in the front, which maybe might lead someone to believe that she had blonde hair, but you can also see the back of her hair, which is brown. In the other photos, you can see that she clearly has brown hair with some blonde highlights in them. They're all dated to a time of May, which is mainly that, so the photos go to show the relevance that she had brown hair prior to renting a car, just like she had brown hair on June 4th. With regard to exhibit number 417, it's a photo of the t-shirt that says Travis Alexander's in the possessive form, and then underwear that says Travis's in the possessive form. The relevance of this, Judge, is the fact that this will be relied on by our experts when they're discussing how Travis treated Jodi and what type of relationship they have. The possessiveness of this relationship, the controlling nature of this relationship, these photos just go to demonstrate that and what that does to a woman in particular with a battered women's defense and self-defense. And that's why this photo 417 is relevant.
You're not using that defense.
Additionally, Judge, with regard to prejudice to the state's duty is to seek justice and not a conviction. Therefore, their prejudice is not the same as when we talk about overly prejudice to the defense. So none of these things are overly prejudiced to the state. None of them.
Stevens.
In fact, it's the state who put them into play when the state claims that
she
had blonde hair on June 3rd.
Anything else from the state?
I
She
think
retired
testimony was,
1.5 years ago.
She
She was like 20 years on the bench.
The fact that her hair on the 15th, 17th, or the 10th may have been brown doesn't mean she didn't dye it some color before she went to meet Mr. Alexander and then dyed it afterwards. To me, again,
Also,
that's still
our
not
favorite
relevant.
guy over here
And
shaved
the
his
one with the
mustache
dog,
off.
It's so unduly prejudicial. The other one with her laughing with her friend and the other photograph, they're just unduly prejudicial. And I would ask that they not be admitted at this time. Should the defendant take the stand and provide some other reasoning, of course, we can revisit it at that time.
All right, the objections overruled. Exhibits 413, 14, 15, and 417 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's bring the jury back in. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. The exhibits 413, 414, 415, and 417 are admitted. You may continue.
Thank you,
I think
Judge.
she's doing these
All right, Mr.
because
Dorkin, I'm
Kurt
showing you
takes
what's
the
been
lead
admitted
on Jodi.
I'll show you in a second. What's been admitted is exhibit number 413. All right, you see exhibit 413 on your screen?
Yes.
And as far as you can tell, is this a picture? Is one of the women in the picture, is that Jodi Arias?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to flip to the back side of this exhibit. All right, is that the file information you were talking about?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that tells? What does that say? What does it tell us?
That tells us that the 238, if this was taken from my
100%.
in-case report, the 238 would tell me that this was file number 238 that was identified by the in-case forensic report. The file name is img_0720.jpg. It says is deleted. There's actually no note after is deleted, so it doesn't mean this file was actually deleted. If this file was deleted, I would expect to see a little dot or date next to is deleted. So this is just a placeholder to indicate that if it was deleted, we'd see a date there, possibly. Date, last access means the last time the file was accessed by the operating system, or the file system, I should say. In this case, it's 5/10/2008.
Typically,
We have a file create date.
between 12:15 and 12:30.
The date the file
see.
arrived in its current
We'll see.
location on the file
It
system.
is a Friday, so
We have a last written date of 5/10/2008, which also coincides with the file create date and the last access date.
What does last written mean?
Means the last time the file was updated in the file system. There's a number of fields that could be updated in the file system, and this reflects the last time that an update regarding this file has occurred.
Okay, so in general layman terms, does that mean that this photo was taken on May 10th, 2008? Can you say that?
Well, knowing that this came from the
Yeah, I
compact
wanna know who
flash
she is.
memory card, knowing that we have the last access date, file, and last written dates all match, it appears that the file had arrived on the memory card on 5/10/2008. If we had EXIF data, I could confirm it was actually taken on this date, but absence of that, it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that it was taken on that
Happy
date.
birthday!
It is possible it could have been added.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alyssa. Happy birthday to you.
But we have a sequence of images, I'm sure, that if we were to look at the full report, we would see this in line with other images and sequential numbering with dates. So there's ways to verify it.
Okay, so in other words, do we know that what you say, this file arrived on the flash drive on May 10th, 2008?
Right, well, remember,
He has
a
less
flash
facial hair,
card,
but
a
he's
flash
still
memory
just as
device
sleepy.
is very much like a hard drive and respects the same file system attributes. So if a file is moved or copied to the memory card via a adapter from a computer, it would have a create last access date. Also, for the camera, takes a picture and creates the image on the memory card. It too will have the same information. So
Good night.
generally, you don't see people saving images to memory cards and cameras. Generally, they're removed. And that's why I always like to look at the EXIF data, because that's actually built into the file itself. And although it can be manipulated, generally it's not. And that just serves as additional confirmation as to the digitized date and time.
Okay, and in this photograph, can you tell us what color Miss Arias's hair is?
Objection, recommendation. I'm sure it's it speaks for itself.
Well, because it speaks for itself, I think that he
There's an
can.
objection.
Overruled, you may answer.
Her hair appears to be brown.
Okay. And I'm showing you exhibit number 414.
That's the first time I've sang happy birthday to anybody.
All right,
So
and
that's
is this a
fun.
photo of Miss Arias?
Maybe
Yes.
it won't be the last.
And let's flip to the back. This is some more file system information.
Right
Does
on
that
time.
tell us that this file was arrived on the
You're
flash
here precisely
card,
when you were meant to
right?
be.
Flash card.
Yes,
Okay, flash card on May 15th of 2008.
correct.
All right.
So many.
And in this photograph,
Oh God, what is she crying about now?
can you see, I'm not sure on your screen or maybe behind
Her
you, do
dog?
you see the color of her hair?
She's crying.
Yes.
Does it have two different colors?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
We
Okay.
could do that.
And in the front, what color does it appear to you?
It appears to be a blondish color,
And in the back?
a brownish color.
She's probably crying over her hair, not the dog.
All right, I'm showing you exhibit number 415. Is that a picture of Miss Arias?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll flip it around. When did this file arrive on the flash card?
5/17/2008.
Okay,
5, 7. So just a couple months before. Yep, that.
all right. And I'm showing you exhibit number 417. Now, this photo does not have
Oh
a
my
picture of
gosh,
Miss
the
Arias
ones-
in it. Is that right?
That is correct.
Let me say this right now. If you don't know about this, the defense tried to say that Travis made these for her to wear. She made these. Da-da-da.
Can you tell what's in this photograph?
It appears to be a pair of women's panties, pink in color, and a gray T-shirt.
And is, sorry, go ahead.
The gray T-shirt has Travis Alexander's with a possessive
Apostrophe?
as a possessive statement, and then we have Travis's with a possessive statement also on the panties.
All right, and let's turn this over. Now, this looks more extensive. Is this what you refer to as EXIF data?
Yes.
Oh,
The
are just-
more specifically, the first,
just barely on the surface. See, those are pretty much, that's exactly what I was showing you guys.
the first
That
9
metadata.
lines, starting from the number 943, comma,
Yes?
and if we count down 9 lines down to where, just before it says make canon, between that, those two, the first line and the 9th line, that's typically information I would get from the file or the file system.
Okay.
For example, we have an example of hash value. That's something that's calculated by my forensic computer and software. That's actually not in the file system, but that information generally comes from the file system. Everything from make canon, model canon on down is EXIF information is actually extracted from within the photograph itself.
That picture
All
was
right.
taken.
And so because we have the more detailed EXIF information, can you tell us when this photo was actually taken for sure?
I can tell you what information is here to indicate when it was taken. We
Okay.
have about 3/4 of the way down. Does this work? Oh, yeah. Oops.
Yeah, you can use that
Sorry.
screen.
So right here, sorry about that mess. We have date time
Work it.
digitized. That's when the image is taken and then saved to the memory card. So here we have 2008, we have July 12th, and we have a time of 10:25:15. So
2008,
this is when
July
it
12th.
was taken by the camera and then saved to the memory card. That's why we have a digitized date and we have an original date.
All right. And then if you look up at the top,
That was
what we were looking at
that was a
before,
month
the
and a
file
couple of days
created and
after
last
he was
written.
murdered.
Yes, we have the same
Why?
date and time. They're off about a second.
If you're claiming, quick question, I'm not judging, but if you're claiming that somebody was verbally, in some way, shape, or form abusive to a degree to you, and it included these clothing pieces that were possessive, if that was something that represented that and that person was now dead, why would you still hold on to them a month and some change later to take a photo of them unless you were, I don't understand. So I guess I'm confused, but I would probably burn them.
Which is reasonable,
I'm
because
thinking she made
there
them.
can be a bit of a lag time, especially with digital cameras, from when the photo is taken and buffered. It means temporarily stored until it's actually saved to the memory card. So within a second, that's certainly reasonable.
Okay, so within a second,
clothing looks like
this
it was made
photograph
on
was
Wish.
taken and then arrived at the flash card within a second.
Correct. This all happens automatically from when the user pushes the button to take the picture, and then the rest of the process is automatic.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dworkin.
Oh. Are we up for cross now? We are.
Cross-examination.
Sir, on Thursday, when we left off, we were talking about a number of computers.
Burn it all.
The first one that you talked about was this computer that belonged to Travis Alexander, or you gave the indication that that was Travis Alexander's, correct?
Yes,
That was the Presario Compact or something like that?
I believe so. I can check my notes.
That's okay. And with regard to that particular computer, that wasn't damaged at all, was it?
No, it was not.
And then you talked about another item that was damaged though, right?
Yes,
And they are separate and distinct items, aren't they?
that's true.
And just for the sake of this inquiry here, the victim's computer, there was no damage to it, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, you examined it, right?
I didn't examine the physical computer. I was only provided forensic copies of the hard drives, of all of the computers.
Any indication in the hard drives that there were any damage to it?
No, the police were fairly diligent for Mesa in noting when they had issues making forensic copies, also making notes if they the particular evidence item was not operable or they had issues. And so there are no comments regarding either of those evidence items.
And with regard to Exhibit 419, that's a bit of a history of that computer, the victim's computer, back on June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes, internet history.
And you talked a little bit about this, right?
Yes.
And you needed it to refresh your recollection back then as to what was going on with this computer, where the user was going, that sort of thing, right?
Wig
And this
number
was the
2.
victim's computer, right?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 419.
Any objection?
Objection.
419 is admitted.
So if we take a look at this, Exhibit 419, let's start at the top.
I need breakup bangs.
And this is the one that you also told me had the name, or told us that it had the name of Deanna Reed, correct?
Yes,
But it also had the name of Travis Alexander associated with it, right?
correct.
And what we're looking at here is that somebody, the first entry there, somebody is going on YouTube, correct?
Correct.
And we know that from the first line, right?
Yes, we see that we have
Daft
youtube.com
bodies,
and we have
harder,
the
better,
note watch with a
faster,
question mark,
stronger.
which is a typical notation when someone's going to watch a video and you can actually trace back the video.
Right. And what they were looking for was this daft bodies, harder, better, faster, stronger, right?
Correct, that was the title.
And daft bodies is
Harder,
a rock
better,
group, right?
faster,
That I
stronger.
don't know.
Well, don't you think that you should have gone on? Because this sort of seems a little bit salacious, doesn't it? That looks like it may be porn, doesn't it?
It
It's on
potentially may or may not be.
Right. But if I told you that daft bodies was nothing more than a rock group, would you disagree with me?
Objection, speculation, knowledge. He doesn't know.
Overall,
How
you
is
may
that-
answer.
Can you answer the question again?
Would you disagree with me if I told you that daft bodies was a rock group?
I have no way of agreeing or disagreeing because I have no knowledge of it.
Okay, so you wouldn't disagree with me then.
I wouldn't either way.
And harder, better, faster, stronger. Do you know that that's the name of a song that this group has?
Again, I have no knowledge of this particular video or group or,
Well, you know this. You know what the issues in this case were, right?
yes.
In terms of the broken hard
I feel like
drive,
this is
the mirror
Dave
image,
Grohl hair.
you look for things there, right? You knew what you were looking for there, right?
Well, I understand that someone was murdered, but beyond that, I'm not sure I follow.
Well, you picked certain photographs from the other hard drive that was broken, didn't you?
Mine's not in reach.
No, I provide defense.
Did you print out
Reports.
those? Did you print out those photographs? Yes or no?
I provided a full
Subject to
report.
speculation and knowledge as to which photographs that the state's discussing.
Sustained.
With
Rephrase.
regard to the photographs that we were talking about Thursday, did you print those photographs? Yes or no?
No, I did not print those photographs.
So you could have gone to YouTube to check on this daft bodies, harder, better, faster, stronger, couldn't you?
I could have, yes.
Now, then we have underneath that history of it, right? And this is, the history of this was on June 4th, 2008,
Huh.
at 4:08 in the morning, right?
Correct.
Not Daft
And with regard to that, this talks
Um,
about, again, the same
Well, that is
thing.
Daft Punk.
You see YouTube, drunk,
Drunk?
Daft Punk, harder, bodies, faster, stronger, drunk, right?
Correct.
If I told you that that was
Yeah.
nothing more
Yeah.
than three people dancing around, acting drunk to this particular song with something on their head, would you have any way of disputing that?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you may answer yes or no.
At this point, no.
Judge, may we approach?
You may. Continue.
And if we continue on, we then have one at 4:11. It's, you see, it's the same thing.
So this is you guys have heard this. I'm gonna play like 10 seconds of this so I don't get struck. So if you've heard that before, that's what they're
Daft
talking
hands,
about.
harder, better, faster, stronger, right?
Yes.
And you have no idea what that is.
I haven't
right?
looked at any of them. That's correct.
And if we
Quick
continue
find
on,
one, maybe.
June 4th, 4:24. It's you're looking at YouTube free web proxy. Can you tell us what that means?
That's essentially that's again a video, and it's, I don't know what the content actually is, because again, like the others, I've not actually made an effort to look at what the content was. Again, these are just a few of thousands of entries, over almost 100,000 entries. So there's no way I can select specific ones and be knowledgeable about all 100,000.
I understand that you can't be knowledgeable over 100,000, but with regard to exhibit number 419, that's not 100,000, is it?
You are correct.
These are very specific entries, right?
Yes.
And you were asked about them on Thursday, right?
For the first time, yes.
I'm about
You
to
were asked
confuse my
about them
family.
Thursday,
I'm gonna
yes
go
or
get
no?
some leftover
Yes.
popcorn, and I'll be right
And
back.
with regard to saying asked about them the first time, is there any prohibition that you know of that prevents defense counsel from asking you something before you come to court?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant. Improper.
Is there?
No.
So if we then take a look at the entry at the top, we're again talking about this. The time is June 4th, 2008 at 4:15 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And it's again the same YouTube, daft hands, double speed, faster, better. Do you have any way of knowing of whether or not that's just the video speeded up?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
In other words, could they be that the people that are in the video are moving faster than the previous video?
Objection, Judge, same objection as before. This specificity.
Overruled, Jimmy.
I'm not sure I understand the nature of the question.
In other words, in terms of this particular entry here, when it talks about faster, better, double
Unruly.
speed, you don't know what double speed means, do you?
I don't know what anything about this video contains,
Right.
and I can't determine it based just merely on the title, because I know from my experience,
So the answer is you don't know, correct?
that is correct.
But this is a report that you provided, correct?
Yes.
And you created this report, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that involved the computer that we've been calling the victim's computer, correct?
Correct.
With regard to that computer, did you check to see whether or not there were any images at all of women's breasts in the victim's computer?
Not specifically.
Not even
No,
an
I did
issue.
not.
I said,
Generally,
hey,
did
look,
you
we
do
have the
that?
same hair. She handed me the
No, not
popcorn,
generally.
and I said
Did
good
you
night.
even look to see if there were any photographs of any women's breasts on there?
Not specifically, no.
As you sit here today, can you tell us that there were any images of women's breasts in that computer?
Objection, speculation. He just said he didn't look for him.
Overruled, you may answer.
I don't have that knowledge because I wasn't tasked to do that.
Right, but the bottom line is, as you sit here, you can't tell us that there is because you didn't look, right?
Correct.
And you can't tell us that there are any images whatsoever of any nude women, whether it's breast or otherwise, right?
Not without reviewing my notes. I would
Well-
have to review my notes. If you'd like, I could.
You're now telling me that this may be in your notes, and before you told me that you didn't review the data. Which one
That
is
is
it?
one of my favorite movies. I love.
When I'm
that
asked
movie.
to provide,
I keep freezing.
Sir, my answer is which one is it? Not a long answer, if you don't mind.
can
Which
you,
one is it?
which one, can you re-ask the question?
Sure. Is it that you didn't look in this computer for any nudes? Or is it that there weren't any?
I recall there was some pornography on the computer. I don't recall if they were specifically just women's breasts or if there was more pornography than that or of a different nature of
Do you
pornography.
remember that we had an interview about this issue, that we discussed it?
I remember we did have an interview a couple of years ago. Yes.
And isn't it true that at that time you told me that there was no pornography?
If I said that at that time, then I would stand by that statement. I just don't have the specific knowledge at this time.
All right. So you don't have any knowledge at all at this time is what you're trying to tell me?
Correct.
The hard drive, not the one that was broken, right? Now I want to talk about that. That one you linked up to the defendant, Jodi Arias, correct?
Yes.
So when we talk about that, let's talk about that as the defendant's hard drive. With regard to that, you said it was damaged, right?
Yes,
You don't know who damaged it, right?
correct.
You don't know if it was the defendant who damaged it, right?
I don't know who damaged it.
And you don't know what kind of damage it sustained, right?
Correct.
And you don't know, do you know that it was seized up in Wairika, or do you even know, do your records reflect any of that?
You
You
don't
know where it was
understand.
taken from
I
by the
bought
police. You said you
5.
reviewed the report. Isn't it
4,
true that that was
5.
seized?
There should be 2
by the
more
police
coming.
in Wairika.
Just for you.
It's possible it's in the
For you
notes.
all.
It's been so many years since I reviewed it. I don't
You have those
recall.
notes with you?
I do not have the police notes with me. I do know that it was seized at some point by Mesa Police Department, and they had made some notes about not being able to make a forensic copy of it at the time.
Right.
And then at a later date, they were able to provide a forensic copy of what they were able to have recovered.
And they provided you a report first of what they were able to recover, correct?
I never received a police report from what they were able to
You
recover.
weren't shown a copy of their forensic report?
Lonnie's
I
working
don't believe so. I
for the
believe I just
weekend.
received a NCASE copy or forensic copy of the recovered sectors.
We keep talking about mirror image, that,
I sure do.
and then we're talking about an NCASE report. What you received, was that a mirror image of what was on that hard drive, or was it something else?
It was a copy from the Mesa Police Department of what they were able
You
to
better
copy
dwarf.
from that hard drive. It was an exact copy or forensic copy.
So just so that we're clear, because it appears that there's some terms going on, NCASE, what does that have to do with the mirror image that you received? Let me ask quick, aren't they the same thing, or are they different?
NCASE is just a tool that has multiple functions. One of the functions is it has the ability to make a forensic copy. We refer to the forensic copy as an E01 or E01 copy. What I received from the police department was the E01 or NCASE copy produced
years.
using NCASE.
End years.
So it was something, NCASE was used to generate what was given to you, right?
Correct.
And then when you went to look at it, you also used NCASE, correct?
Correct.
And then you were able to view whatever the images were that were on there, right?
You
Yes.
say goodbye.
And some of the images that you were able to access, for example. One of them is 417. Do you see this one?
Hi, Eddie.
Objection. Are we still talking about the hard drive?
No, we're not. You also, sir, in terms of seizing items, the broken one, the defendant's, that produced some photographs, right?
I was able to recover photographs from there.
We then have the camera that we've been talking about, the Canon camera, right?
Yes,
And that Canon camera also belonged to the defendant, right?
I believe so, yes.
So of all the 3 things that we have here, the first one was the victim's, right?
I'm confused. The first one, what?
The compact presario that we talked about. That was the victim's, right?
Yes.
The other 2 items belong to the defendant, right?
Wish I
broken
could do a
hard drive and the
Liverpool
camera.
accent.
All right. And with regard to the Canon camera, there are some
Man,
photographs
I love that
that were
accent.
taken. And this is one of them, right?
Yes.
And this one says Travis Alexander's, the possessive on the shirt, right?
Correct.
And then it says Travis's on the shorts, right?
Correct.
I was about to grab popcorn.
They looked a little bit
Now I'm not
posed
hungry.
there, don't they?
Yes.
And do you know the occasion or the reason why they're posed in that fashion?
Objection is speculation.
Overall, you can answer yes or no.
I don't know the context in which this photo was taken.
And do you even know who took it?
I do not.
There is something here in the corner. Do you know what that is?
I do not.
There's also something on the right corner. Do you know what that is?
I do not.
But we do know with regard to this one, which is Exhibit 417,
Date. It's coming. It's coming.
that if the data is correct, it was taken on July 12th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And
There it is.
July 12th of 2008 is after June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And you do not know how these were created. In other words, you don't know who, for example, put Travis Alexander on that shirt, right? And Travis says you don't know who did that, right?
Correct.
And again, with regard to this particular date of July 12th of 2008. We do know that July 15th of 2008 comes after this particular date of July 12th of 2008, right? Sir, you're
Yes,
really not an expert
that-
on hair, are you?
Yes. 1 second.
I've been asked for my opinion in the past on body features, including hair,
Okay.
but as a advertised expert on hair specifically, no.
So with regard to exhibit number
Just a little bit,
413, when you were asked about
especially
hair
now that he's a
color
little older.
and that sort of thing, were you just giving us the opinion that?
Yes.
The same opinion that anybody in
Well,
this courtroom?
they don't
would
look
give
the
us?
same.
Yes,
So it's not
Nope.
that you're any better
They
or any worse than
do.
people.
I think they
right?
do.
probably not.
And with regard
That's
to
a really
this
good
particular color of
That's
hair,
a good pool.
do you know whether or not the day before
Strawberry
this
fields
person
forever.
on the right had that hair color?
Maxwell
Do you know
said
when
the
the
hammer.
color was put on there?
There's no way I could know.
There's no way anybody could know that, right?
I don't believe so.
With regard to exhibit number 414, what's the name of the dog?
I do not know.
What? I don't know if that's
And
relevant.
Exhibit number 415, any idea who this person is?
I do not know.
Any idea why the occasion was that this was taken?
I do not.
And in terms of the hair, do you know when this hair color was applied to the defendant?
No, I don't.
If we then take a look at this one, it's exhibit 414.
Oh bloody, oh bloody, life goes on. Oh, no. I know more.
It does
than
seem
I
that
thought I
whatever
did.
hair color is there, it's throughout. In other words, it's not showing any roots, right?
Objection, speculation.
This particular angle is a little difficult to make that determination only because it's just one sample photograph. I'd like to see additional photographs or see if there are other additional photographs with it.
I'm asking you about this photograph and I'm asking you to focus right here on the forehead. Do you see any different colored roots there?
I can't make that.
Objection, judge, speculation as to what the color of the hair is without dye. It might be the same color, therefore there would be no roots.
Counsel approach.
See the forehead there?
Yes,
What's the color of the hair closest to the forehead?
I can't make a determination. And the reason for that is
Thank you.
we're looking at a picture of a
Sir,
picture.
excuse me. I asked you whether or not you could make out the color. Is the answer no?
No one could.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Judge, may I ask a question so that I don't have to recall them later?
Yes,
You may.
So take a look at these photographs. And please don't
Lucy in the
demonstrate
sky
this.
with
Exhibit
diamonds.
425 to 427. Take a look.
Okay, I viewed them.
These photographs, did they also come from the hard drive that was broken?
I do not know.
You didn't review all of it? Or how is it that you recognize some photographs but not others?
The photographs that I was asked to identify previously were shown to me by counsel prior to my coming into the courtroom, and I was able to refer to my reports and identify them.
All right.
These have not been shown before and not been asked to identify before.
Right. I mean, that. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Wilmot, do you have an extensive redirect? Or is it brief?
Judges, it may take longer than 5 minutes or 4 now. Thank you, Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Dorkin.
Good afternoon.
I just have just a few questions, I think, for you with regard to, With regard to Exhibit 419, and that's the exhibit of the records. .419, that's the exhibit of the history, the internet history that you created on Mr. Alexander's computer, or that you looked at on Mr. Alexander's computer.
Yes,
Is that right? All right. And this was, you said these entries that we specifically looked at were somewhere between 4 in the morning to 4:35 in the morning?
yes.
Were there many more entries than that?
In that time frame or in total?
No, total. At the internet history that you looked at.
There were approximately almost 100,000, like 990. It was like 99,000 plus entries.
Okay, and these ones that we specifically looked at in Exhibit 419 had to do with the timing of around 4 or 4:30 in the morning. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you asked to ever look at any of the YouTube videos?
No.
You would ask some questions about a mirror image, the hard drive?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have access to the actual hard drive itself?
Which hard drive are you referring to?
Miss Arias's, the broken one.
The broken one, yes?
Okay. Did you have access to the broken hard drive?
Yes, I had the forensic copy of the broken hard drive.
Did you actually see the broken hard drive also?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got a mirror image of that broken hard drive, is that just something that you can just kind of plug into a computer and any one of us can look at what's on it?
The forensic copy is in a forensic format, so you would need to have a viewer that can view that type of format or the forensic tool that created it.
So, and what kind of viewer did you have?
I have the forensic tool that has the built-in ability to view it called EnCase.
Okay. So is that something that you had to use on the mirror image before you can pull up any of these images?
Yes.
And about how many images or photos were contained on that mirror image of Miss Arias's hard drive?
I have to check my record. I don't know that offhand.
Okay. Even about numbers?
I don't know offhand.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I check?
Sure. And let us know what you're referring to.
I'd have to load up one of my CDs. I don't
She's
have
got
it
the
on
side-
the computer.
All right. Well, let me
Did
ask
you
you
guys
this way.
notice
There
that?
was, when
She
you
put the side
used
ponytail on
EnCase,
now?
did you come up with around 100, over 100 different files?
When I used EnCase
When you used EnCase on the mirror image?
of the broken hard drive, I remember there was a very large number, literally thousands of images
Okay.
and files that we recovered.
Okay.
I just can't give you the exact number right now.
That's okay. That's really my question. So there was thousands of images?
But yes, there were thousands of them. It took days to recover the information. I had to run recovery scripts for quite some time.
When you say days, do you mean, did you leave the EnCase or the recovery program running for days?
Yes.
And is that in order to help it retrieve everything off of the mirror image?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
She put her side ponytail in
Looks
with, I
like we
think,
have
the
one
knowledge that she was
question
about to
from
hop
Andrew.
up on the
That's two.
stand
Council, please approach.
eventually.
Mr. Dorkin, a juror has some questions for you. Are date
Question
and
basket.
time stamps on photos taken by digital cameras able to be manually changed and/or manipulated?
Yes.
Yes.
Could that occur before a photo is taken or after a photo is taken?
The file wouldn't have existed prior to the photo being taken, so you couldn't do it before. The photo or the file would actually have to exist and then go in after the fact and then manipulate it. The only other way to do that would, of course, would be to change the date time setting in the camera itself.
Any other questions from the jury? Ms. Wilmot, follow up?
Thank you. Does that apply to exit information as well?
Yes, if the camera's date, you're referring to my comment about the camera's date and time?
That was not the answer she
Yes,
wanted.
if the date and time in the camera is changed, the EXIF can only contain the information that the camera has access to. So if the camera thinks it's a particular date and time, that's what's going to be incorporated in the EXIF data and would also most likely be reflected in the file system data as well.
And when were you able to turn on this Canon camera?
I may have been able to turn it on. I did not attempt to because I knew that the camera had been seized and in storage for quite a long time. And usually the date time information is lost. And since there wasn't a specific reason to do it at the time, I wasn't asked to, and I did not.
And did you see any evidence of manipulation of time and date stamps?
No, nothing struck me as being out of order. I did do an inspection, a casual or informal inspection. While I looked at the EXIF data, I also looked at the file system data to see if they were out of alignment, and they all seemed to match. So I didn't find anything out of the ordinary or unusual.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Martinez?
Sir, with regard to exhibit number 413, which is one of the photographs, is it possible that, for example, this particular photograph, that it was taken in 2007 and then uploaded or downloaded or whatever it is that one does onto the camera in 2008?
Anything's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thousands, 2000s.
Any other questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you. I'm Defense Counsel Brian Neumeister.
Oh, wait, what? Come again? There's another person? This can't be a very long one. Nope, sure can.
Judge, he is subject to recall because we keep him under the subpoena.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dorkin, you are still under subpoena. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
It's Brian Neumeister, BryanNeumeister. I'm with USA Forensic.
And what is USA Forensic? What do you do?
We do state-of-the-art audio and video enhancement for trials and for military and other uses.
How long have you been doing that type of work?
I've been working professionally with audio and video for 32 years.
And so what kind of experience do you have in order to forensically do what you do now?
I'm a certified forensic expert in military, federal, state, civil, and aviation courts.
That's me.
I work with the United States District Courts as a contracted technical expert. I work with the United States Grand Jury as a contracted technical expert.
Mr. Neumeister, let me stop you right there. Are you referring to something?
Pardon?
Are you referring to something as you're telling us?
Yes, I'm just grabbing some highlights off the CV.
I win.
It makes it easier to remember.
I win.
Okay.
I win.
Could I get that
I win.
marked?
I win. I win. I
Sure.
win.
Just so we know what you're looking at.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted you. So you were telling us
Again, I
your
work
experience.
with the United States District Courts.
Stop for just a second. Alyssa, you called it. Wow. Wow. Yes, he did. He absolutely 100% did. That's him. Holy cow. Well done. That was impressive. Well done, you. I wish I could like reach through the screen and just be like, shake your hand. Holy cow. Nice. He almost looks better now. Wow. Nicely done.
This is a contracted technical expert, United States Grand Jury, contracted technical expert, U.S. Department of Justice, contracted technical expert.
He still talks highly about himself.
And I say I am or have been, and the reason I say that, I never know if the dues are paid up this early in the year, but the Audio Engineering Society, the American College of Forensic Experts, or actually the American College of Forensic Examiners, the American College of Forensic Examiners International, the American Board of Recorded Evidence. I work also with the Department of Defense and contractors on classified and unclassified forensic materials, the Department of Energy, a number of state and local law enforcement agencies. Actually, I'm working with all three agencies involved in this case right now. On different cases, I'm working with the prosecution on a number of other cases. I'm working with your firm, also with the public defender's office, and also with, I believe, Mesa Police is involved in this too. I'm working for Mesa Police. I currently am working on cases for the Phoenix Police Department and the Department of Public Safety Special Investigations Unit. So my basic
I believe so.
job is to just sort out the facts so that you have it to work with. I don't really take a side. I just analyze data, and we have 2 labs and we have very high-end equipment. So we're very often, if law enforcement agencies can't do it or need it done quickly, they come to us because we have, where they're operating servers, we're operating fiber optic terra blocks. So we have quite a bit more horsepower than most forensic agencies do.
So it sounds like you work on a lot of different types of cases.
Yeah, I've worked in or for 23 different countries on different cases, and I do work a lot of homicides.
Okay, and when you're talking about work, what type of work are we talking about?
Enhancing audio, for example, 911 calls. People might want to know what's the conversation in the background of the call. What happened in the background? Can you clean up the call? Surveillance video. Can you enhance what's on the surveillance video? Can you recover any video that might have been erased from a surveillance camera? That sort of thing.
And is that basically your experience that you have in working with the sound and audio, or I'm sorry, sound and video?
I have quite a few Emmy Awards from the National Associations of Television Arts and Sciences, actually quite a slew of them.
There it is.
For their technical and audio
There it is.
expertise. I've also won audio awards, the gold at the Cannes Film Festival for audio, as well as the Calgary Film Festival for audio. I've worked a lot in television for, in the film industry for companies like NBC, ABC, CBS, PBS, BBC, Fox, DreamWorks, Screen Gems Films, Touchstone, LucasArts, Universal Studios, Lorimar, Trimark.
He did this exact same thing during Johnny Depp.
All right, and so is this what you've been doing for the past 32 years?
Yes, that, and also we do quite a bit of audio
night.
work for audio that's been damaged from television shows that needs to be fixed. But for example, most of our work is legal. We've done over 200 cases in the last 36 months, worked on evidence in over 200 cases.
And have you been certified as a forensic expert?
Yes, in federal, state, civil, and aviation, and military.
Courts?
Yes.
Okay. Were you retained on this case?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do? What did you do?
I was retained back in September, I believe September 15th of 2010, and I was asked to enhance an audio recording that was made from a telephone where the person speaking on the phone had recorded the audio, and the person on the other side could not be heard very well. So I was asked to clear it up and clean it up.
Okay. Can you walk us through the process of what you do in order to clean up audio?
Sure. Is there a way we could activate that computer?
Judge, the computer's on. There are some sonographs and things that I think will help demonstrate what Mr. Neumeister does. May I show this?
Approach, please.
Mr. Neumeister, I'm showing you exhibit, the marker identification is exhibit number 429.
Okay.
That's a DVD. Do you know what that contains?
Yes. It contains a number of screen grabs of the protocol we use for this particular job.
Okay. And when you talk about protocols, what does that mean?
We have to follow a certain set of standards to make sure we can reproduce the work, or another forensic agency can reproduce the work. So we basically catalog as we're going the steps we take.
In 10 minutes,
All right.
when this
And
video is done,
contained on the DVD of
I have
exhibit
something very
429?
special to show you all.
Yes.
And did you create these?
Yes.
Judge, defense moves into evidence exhibit 429.
No objection.
429 is admitted.
All right. And is what's in exhibit 429, is that currently on your computer?
Yes.
Okay, and so for ease of process, Judge, if I can, rather than pop the DVD and use the computer.
You may.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the first screen I received from Mr. Nurmi's office was a recording. There were actually 7 recordings from a telephone. And I was asked to clean them up. Before we can clean them up, we have to figure out what frequencies we need to work with. So if you look at the human voice goes from about 300 hertz to about 4,000 hertz speech range, from the lows to the highs. But there are sibilants or transients, like those kind of words like ST, that can go up to 9,000 hertz. So when we're going to enhance a bit of audio, we need to first look at it physically on a graph to figure out what frequencies we have to work with. This particular audio recording was taken analog, which means out of an earphone jack into a digital recorder as an MP3 file at a bit rate of 128 kilobytes per second, which is not a particularly good quality, but it's adequate for human voice. So what we determine here, you'll see a little yellow line called the Nyquist theorem, and that means that the sample rate was fairly low. I'm going to be very generic on this. The sample rate is very low, which means the sibilance is going to be very low on this particular recording. So you can go to the next slide.
Okay.
The next, again, looks at what's called a spectrograph. And again, you can see the top audio frequencies.
Y'all remember when I went in and I edited the telephone calls from Lori Vallow, et cetera?
Difficult to see, but what that means is a lot of the sibilants and transient things that make speech very understandable are missing.
I didn't need all of this.
We realized that we have to clean it up a bit and enhance it. And what I learned from looking at that recording is that the recording on the telephone was made at about 8 kilohertz, which was the sample rate. And again, this is just for the record. You may not understand it, or you can ask questions and I'd be happy to answer it. But basically, in plain English, it's not a very good recording.
Oh, no.
So my job was to make it basically more intelligible. So let's go to the next slide. This real quickly, I'm just looking at how I'm going to change the audio to better work with. We changed the file from using a process called isotope. We changed it from a wave MP3 file into a 44.1 24-bit wave file, and you can see the noise kind of on the top and on the bottom. And when you go to the next slide, you can see that a lot of that noise has gone away. Can you go back to the previous slide just by hitting the opposite arrow? Look on the top above the orange, the noise that's up there. It's a little difficult to see on that graph, but then go to the next one.
One of these plugins now is
And what I've done is I narrowed the voice frequency between 300 hertz and 3,400 hertz. And that's a pretty good range to work with for the human voice. Next slide.
No.
Since it was made from a cell phone, the audio was taken into a product called DC8 Live Forensics, where I eliminated some of the noises and background hum and stuff that is associated with cell phones. So, some of the noise you might get behind your cell phone, some of the white noise or buzz, that was eliminated using that process.
$1,500.
Here, because we were limited to some of the sibilants that I talked about earlier, the S sounds and whatever, we used a little bit of what's called a vocal enhancer
You're
to
fine.
bring up the kind of, I'll simply say the treble, so that it's easier to understand what people are saying. Next slide. And finally, just before we finalize it, we use a computer algorithm to remove the remaining background hiss or noise that would be on a recording. And next slide. And finally, in order to bring up Mr. Alexander's voice to that of Ms. Arias' voice, we use a program called Waves Compression, where we can bring the voices to be equal, because very often if it's a telephone recording, the person speaking is very loud and the person on the other end, it's very hard to hear. So in order to make it so that you can hear it better, we normalize it and make it so that the audio files or the voice tracks are equal decibel level. That's it.
The last slide?
That's all I needed right there.
Oh, okay. Ultimately, when you finished enhancing this audio, did you put it onto a DVD?
Yes, I didn't show that because what I did is I added a time code.
£1
Now, a
to
time code's for the jury.
$1.27.
What it is when you're listening to audio, it's kind of boomy in here. You don't get the best acoustics. So there's a running number on the screen that you can refer to in your notes. Like you'll say, I wonder what he said there, and you write it down. And later, if you ask, I can go back and replay that piece of audio because there's a time marker that you'll be able to see playing. It's called a time code. And I don't believe that's been entered in yet, so I didn't bring a slide for that. But that was the final process, was to take the audio and put a time code on it so the jury could, if they had questions, identify parts of the audio they had questions with.
All right, and so a time code is just something you added, just timing the call, or timing the audio.
Correct. It's just it's a running linear number, and it's basically for the jury's reference.
All right, and was there any identifying information on this audio?
Pardon?
Was there any identifying information on this
Can you
audio?
be a little bit more specific?
How many people are talking?
2.
And does one person ever refer to the other?
Yes, the male refers to himself as Mr.
Sustained.
Judge may reproach.
You may. Objection overruled. You may continue.
All right, and when you finished, well, let me go back to that question. Does the male ever refer to the female by name?
Yes,
What does he call her?
he refers 3 times using the name Jodi.
Okay, and does the female ever refer to the male by name?
Yes,
And what does she call him?
she refers to the name Travis twice on the tape, and he refers to himself as Mr. Alexander.
Okay. When you finished your enhancement of the audio, did you give it back to Mr. Nurmi and myself?
Yes,
How did you give it to us?
I put it on DVD with the time code.
Okay, Judge may approach?
What if the judge was just like, no? Absolutely not.
Is that the DVD that you gave to us that has the audio captured on it?
There was actually, on Thursday, I just want to clarify, Thursday I did bring in a DVD that had 7 clips on it, and it was agreed by all parties to redact 2 clips. So this is a modified DVD that has 5 of the 7 original clips that I received.
Okay, and is Exhibit 428 the one that has 5 clips on it?
If this is the one I brought in today, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
All right, thank you, Judge, nothing further.
May we approach, please?
You may.
The extra 2 clips, those have nothing to do with this
Yes.
case, is that correct?
Yes.
I believe both counsel said that it didn't have anything to do with this case and that
Right.
it should be stricken.
So there was no reason for you to do it, to have it on the DVD?
That's correct.
Okay, all
It
right.
did not
thank
affect it was not part of this case.
Okay, thank
Have
you.
I?
Cross-examination.
Sir, with regard to this particular DVD, you keep referring to counsel. It's true that the parties, including the state, agreed that the 2 individuals on there were Travis Alexander
Oh.
and Jodi Arias, correct?
Correct.
Ha.
And with regard
I look
to
pretty, though.
your examination was restricted to Mr. Travis Alexander's
I'm good with
voice,
that.
comparing that to a known sample, right?
That's a step up.
Did you compare Mr. Alexander's voice on that DVD to his known sample?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Early on.
Yes or no?
Yes, early on.
With regard to the defendant, you didn't make that same type of comparison, though, did you?
That's correct.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Redirect. Any questions from the jury for this witness?
Why?
I see no hands. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Oh, man. All right. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, we know what the next video is going to be, eh? Yep, sure do. And yes, it is Kirk. So, yay. Hello. All right. So I said I had something cool to show you. I'm going to show you something cool. One of our mods slash I guess, folks that have been working real hard, has finally released our link tree. And so mods, if you well, give me 1 second, but this is exciting. So it's available on Twitter. Of course, you can click on the link, and the link will take you to our link tree. Ta-da! I'm so excited. Am I zoomed in? Oh, okay. And there, oh gosh, there's so much stuff. I'm going to actually zoom in a little bit. All right. So this is really cool. Now, if you do this on your phone and you save it to your home page or your screen, it'll actually come up looking like an application. I can't show you. Not really well. Oh, you know what I can do? Hold on. Doodly do. 1 second. One moment. I can show you it. Maybe. If it decides to actually go through. Did you not do it? Okay. 1 second. Don't judge me by my screen. It's really not that bad. This is my favorite part. It'll save it right down here on your screen. It looks like an app, and it'll open up in your browser, which is cool. Anyways, okay, so all these things are clickable. So the first stuff, this will take you to Brandi's, the media page. This will be Brandi's bio, my bio, our website, our YouTube page, our merch shop, every single current court cases that we're doing. So if you click on live now, it's going to take you straight to the playlist for the current trial. And then mine as well. It'll take you to the playlist of the current trial. This will also take you to Sidebar, which is very sparse right now, obviously. This will take you to our playlist for all of our exclusive interviews. This will take you right to the Hot Cops and Trials Daddy's calendar, of which, not to steal Brandi's thunder, but we have indeed added Mr. Bryson Boom Paul, photos contributed by his significant other. What else can I share? Okay, we got the Trial Mama's calendar link. And then we're working on reaction photos. So wild trial moments. So capture the moment and share your expression when the unexpected antics and chaos unfold during the trials. Let everyone see the genuine surprise and amusement as you witness these. So you click post a photo, and then you'll verify your phone number and stuff, but upload photos, and we'll be able to show those via this. And then, of course, all of our social media is at the bottom. Also, what we'll be doing in the future is we will be doing, we'll be voting specifically for night court. So when I come up with a couple of options for the next trial, I will put those on our, it's technically called Koji, but I'm calling it Linktree because you all know about Linktree. And so, you'll be able to go there and vote, and we'll be able to have the popular vote. So I'm really excited about that because I just really like giving you guys a say. I think that's really important. So how do you get it on your home screen on an Android? 1 second. Sound of me. All right. So if you have Chrome on your Android, if you use Chrome, you navigate to the website, you tap the menu icon, which are the 3 dots in the upper right-hand corner, and tap add to home screen. Choose a name for the website shortcut, and then Chrome's going to add it to your home screen. So that is how you would do that. That is with Chrome, of course. So if you have Chrome, that's how you would do it. So it's awesome. I'm really, well, that's true too. but if, you also can go to Safari as well if you have an Apple, and you just click the middle button to pop up the options or the toolbar, and then it'll have an add to home screen as well. I just want to say thanks to Cajun. If you know Cajun Kool-Aid, she had a big hand in it. Polly also had a hand in it, and they did it. They did all of it. I didn't do a doggone thing. My mods are giving me a real hard time about the number of the number of notifications I have on my phone. But listen, I'm also paying attention here. This is all from when I started. So, yes. Did you? Yay! Hopefully it worked really easily. Hopefully it was awesome. So yes, we're very excited about this. This is literally your one-stop shop for everything 13th Juror. And so we'll be adding new things and things as we go, and I can't wait to explain more. And we have more surprises coming as well. And so you let everybody know about that. If you go to the 13th Juror Twitter, if you have Twitter, and you share that link and just share it with everybody, just blast it out there. I will be sharing it later on. So there it is, one-stop shop. So I'm very excited about this. Thank you all for your awesome. It worked! Yay! Oh, that's so good. They'll be so excited to hear that. But yes. So yeah, thank you so much to Cajun Kool-Aid and Polly for working on that together. It's been awesome, and so I'm so excited about that. I don't want to waste any more time. Not that we were wasting time, but you didn't see where to click and put it on the home screen. Nan, do you have an Android or an Apple device? Hey, she's here. Hello. I'm telling you, it's a winner. It's a winner. Good reactions. I can't wait to mention it. Also, have Brandi mention it on Day Court too. Apple. Okay, so if you're using Safari, there is a button. Hold on, Safari phone browser. Trying to find an example of the actual browser. Why wouldn't you give me a full? There it is. Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. So on your browser, you'll see this this middle button here, which is usually where you would share something. Once you click on that, a toolbar will open, and there should be a button that says Add to Home Screen. Hopefully that's a good visual for you, and that helps out. If you are having trouble, feel free to you can talk to the mods here. You can also talk to us in Discord at As the Gavel Drops. You can message me on Discord. You can message me on Twitter, however you want to do that. And what I'll do is I will try and do a screen recording so that you can see how to do it. At least I can do it on an Apple, and maybe one of my mods who has an Android can do a screen recording on theirs to show what it looks like. It's not there. What's not there? We'll figure it out. We'll iron that out for you all. But definitely, yes. We all know. Well, I knew why. I was explaining it to everybody. Don't you worry. We will make sure that everybody has access. Occasion just tweeted about it. Awesome. Perfect. So if you are not following, not following 13th, you should. Where is it? There it is. There it is. So if you are on Twitter and you go to 13th Juror Pod, there will be a link there as well. And so very, very excited about this. This is probably one of the best link trees I've ever seen, truly, including the ones that I've put together. So we will definitely, oh, good. Okay. Some of you are figuring it out. But we'll definitely, it's not letting you add it to the home screen. You can DM any of our mods or myself. We'll try and walk you through it or troubleshoot and help out. Also, one last thing that I want to do, I was able to find some information on Mr. Brian Neumeister. His hourly rate is $375 an hour. And that's to provide testimony or deposition or review documents. 375 days an hour. That doesn't include travel. Minimum are 10 days on the road. We work in 10-hour blocks. 3,700, almost 3,600 or 3,800 non-refundable retainer. And so, for those of you who are asking about if you can make a living off of being an expert witness, I guess you could. All right, everybody. It's the moment of truth. Is everybody ready? That's a stupid question. Of course you are. Here we go.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi,
I believe Ms. Harris needs to be sworn.
calling your client.
Yes, the defense calls Jodi Arias.
Ms. Arias, please stand to be sworn.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth.
Kirk
and
sounds
nothing
like
but the
it's
truth,
like,
so help you God?
I don't want to do this.
Please be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Jodi.
Don't go.
How are you feeling right now?
Nervous.
I want to ask you, well, let me ask you this. Is this a position you ever thought you would find yourself in, testifying here today?
The objection. Approach, please.
Let me ask you a couple of important questions before we get back and start talking about who you are and why you're here, okay?
Okay.
Did you kill Travis Alexander on June 4th, 2008?
Yes, I did.
Why?
The simple answer is that he attacked me, and I defended myself.
Okay. It was also brought up during these proceedings that you gave an interview with Inside Edition. Do you remember seeing that tape?
Yes, I do.
And in that tape, you said that no jury would convict you, something to that effect. Do you remember seeing that? Remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
Why?
I made that statement in September 2008, I believe it was. And at the time, I had plans to commit suicide.
Oh, boy.
So I was extremely confident that no jury would convict me because I didn't expect any of you to be here. I didn't expect to be here, so I could have easily said no jury would acquit me either. I couldn't say that though because there was an officer sitting
Put the
5 feet behind me, and
decimal in the wrong
had
place.
I told them the reason no jury would convict me at that time, I would have been thrown into a padded cell and stripped down, and that would have been my life for a while until I stabilized. So I was very confident that no jury would convict me because I planned to be dead. Probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said those are probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
Ms. Arias, I want to
Miss
clarify another
Arias.
thing as well.
You notice he's saying Ms. Arias.
Your name has been pronounced, and most of this trial, Arias. Is there another way of pronouncing it? Have you always pronounced it Arias?
I've heard it pronounced about 7 different ways. I say Arias, as does the rest of my family.
Okay.
Arias.
Well, let's back up a
Go
little
on,
bit
visit.
and then talk about your family. Who's in your immediate family?
My immediate family consists of I'm the oldest of my parents. They also had another son about 2 years after I was born, my brother. And then I have another younger sister and another younger brother. I also have an older sister from a previous marriage of my father's.
Okay. So let me see if well, first of all, what are the names of your parents?
Bill and Sandy Arias.
Okay. And are they still married at this time?
Yes, about 33 years.
Okay. And you said you were the oldest child of Bill and Sandy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a half-sister that is older than you, is that right?
Yeah, she's 5 years older than me.
Okay. And that is your father's daughter?
Yes, from a previous marriage.
Okay. And you have a brother that's 2 years younger than you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is his name?
His name is Carl.
And you mentioned I believe the next youngest would have been another sister. What was her name?
Yes, Angela.
Okay. And your youngest brother, who is he?
Joseph.
Okay. And just so we get a bit of separation, how much younger than you is Angela?
Angela was born when I was 11, and Joseph was born when I was 13.
And what year were you born?
1980.
Do you remember where you grew up?
Yeah, I grew up in a few different cities. I was born in Salinas, California, and I lived there until I was almost 12.
And what was life like in Salinas?
For the first years of my life, it was really good.
When you say that, before you continue, let's clarify. What do you mean by first years?
I would say until about age 7, it was a fairly ideal childhood.
Okay, different people have different meanings when they say ideal, so why don't you describe for us what you mean by ideal childhood?
I have predominantly positive memories of my childhood at that time. My brother and I lived when I was about 4 years old, we moved to a house in a cul-de-sac. We had the center lot, so it was a huge backyard, and we had a lot of places to play there. There were trees to climb. There were other kids in the neighborhood and in the cul-de-sac that we played with. We were close in age, so my family traveled a lot. We went camping. We went to all the theme parks in California.
Did you go to school?
Of course, yes, I went to school.
And you went to grade school in Salinas then?
Yes, I went to a private school for about 3 years and then a public school.
Were you and Carl in school together, or did you go to different schools?
We were in school together. I was held back in kindergarten, so even though we're 2 years apart, he was only 1 grade behind me.
And tell us about your parents at that time, to your recollection. Were they both working? Was your mom at home? Tell us about that.
Ta-da! Look who's here! Not to pause in the middle of Jodi, but I think it's worth it.
Hi! I was going to
Hello.
portal in and say hello. I just got home, so I wanted to portal in and say hello to my little family. I miss y'all.
We just
I
got to
love
Jodi,
not having court on
and-
Fridays, but I miss y'all during the day now that I don't have court on Fridays.
Oh. Well, I think it's safe to say that everybody missed you. We also we rolled out the link tree.
Yes!
And so that's
Isn't it
been
so
announced on
cool?
Twitter.
It looks
is awesome.
so good. It's so good.
And everybody here has added it to their screen on their phone or their iPad, which is awesome.
Oh, yay. Yeah, it's on mine too. It looks so good. It looks so good. I'm so excited about it. Hi, y'all. I see you. I just got back from seeing The Little Mermaid. It was really good.
And how was
really
it?
Good. It was really good. I'll tell you, it's a
Good.
lot different than when I watched it when I was a little girl. Like, when I was a little girl, I was like, man, Ariel just wants to be free. Let her do her thing. And I was like, oh my God, Eric's so hot. And now I'm like, that little girl needs to stop back talking and go get somewhere. And her daddy's hot. So it's two very different viewpoints. Like, you know, now it's two very, very, very different.
So he's a Disney
experiences.
daddy.
Oh, he's a Disney daddy. Yeah, with his broad shoulders and all his power. Yeah, and he's got a beard. I'm a sucker for a beard. So he's got like and he's tried it, and I'm like, hey, daddy, hey, I'll listen to you. Except
I want to be
that
a part of your world.
Yes.
Sea
daddy. Oh yeah, he's a sea daddy for sure. What's his name? Javier Bardem.
You did. You went to.
Yes.
Yeah,
we
Javier Bardem.
Yeah. It was really good. It was like me and my friend Kristen went, and I had texted her. If anybody that follows my personal page on Facebook, I put my a screenshot of my conversation with my friend that was going with me, and I was like, so are we wearing our mermaid costumes, or are we just going casual? And she said something about how we needed somebody, to drag us like in a wagon because we'll have our fins and stuff. And so she didn't have a mermaid costume. I was like, so are you going to feel uncomfortable if I wear mine, or is this? But we didn't. We did not wear mermaid costumes. We acted like normal adults-ish. So
that's no fun.
Oh well.
But yeah, I mean, I understand. I guess. Suppose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we didn't want to get kicked out again.
Coming from somebody who's like showcased 3 wigs tonight, so.
Have you? Oh yeah, we got the yesterday. We got the 500 likes or whatever it was that that meant you had to show.
Yes.
Showcase a new wig.
I awesome. Showcased 3 tonight, so. But I have yet to do a dramatic reading yet because we were just trying to get to like Jodi being on the stand. So
yeah,
we'll let her.
Yeah,
be
I was
tonight.
lurking a little bit when I was on the way home, and I was listening. So I figured I'd pop in and say hello. Yeah, yes, I said get kicked out again. It's a long story and it involves costumes, but it's the story for another day.
It's okay. WTF's on Sunday.
Yeah, maybe that's a story more like reserved for a WTF show. So, but yeah, I am going to lay it down and kind of lurk. I have y'all would be so proud of me. This is the first. I even texted JT today, and I was like, I went 24 hours and I did not when I logged off yesterday, I have not worked at all. And right now is the first time I've turned on my computer. I was like, oh my God, I just needed that break. So I went and some of my girlfriends and we met up last night and we had dinner on this patio that's really pretty. It sits like over the bay. And then we went to like this little wine bar that we go to. And then today I relaxed and did some shopping. And tomorrow I have a massage. So I'm like, I was like, I've been telling everybody I'm going to work on my work-life balance. And I have like fully balanced the last 24 hours. It's been amazing. So, but I missed y'all. So I was like, I'm not going to turn my computer on, but I had to because I had to come say hi and see everybody. It's not the same when I'm lurking, but I'm waving at y'all like I'm like, oh, hey, I'm seeing your comments and I'm waving. Look, 24 hours offline and I already forgot how it works. Oh, I just responded to you.
And I just read it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure what Brandi said is I echo it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, y'all, I will jump off so that we can continue on with our Miss Arias. Whatever the heck she's doing. Her own dramatic interpretation of what she thinks everybody wants to hear. All right, y'all. I love you so much.
Mom's the word.
Mom's the word. Mom's the word, Mom. Mom's the word. My mom and I are having a pool day tomorrow, too. Look at there. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pool
I'm
day.
going to... Yes, I'm going to fully, my whole thing is fully embrace a full 2 days. And look at me doing it. Look at me doing it. Y'all would be so proud.
You're doing it.
I'm doing it. Doing it. And I will see y'all tomorrow for, nope, I won't. Sunday. Sunday for WTF.
Yep, Sunday.
All right. I'll be lurking in the background. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Aw, yay, she joined us. Don't worry. When she popped in and she waved at me, I waved, and it looked like I was waving at somebody who showed up in chat. I was definitely waving to Brandi, who wasn't on the screen yet. So, that's that's the real life. All right, we're gonna keep going. Don't go.
Yeah, when I was younger, I remember my mom used to work. I guess she was working as a server with my dad. He owned restaurants my whole life. And then when I was around 11 or 12, she became a dental assistant.
Okay. And you mentioned your life was, well, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what your interests were as a child?
Yes, I had pets, cats, dog, fish. I had a rat. I loved animals.
Dog that I kicked.
Had a lot of pets. My brother had frogs, things like that. We played a lot of hopscotch and two square when we were younger. We went roller skating. They didn't really have rollerblades yet, or at least that we used. We rode bikes a lot. We did a lot of camping. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot the question.
That right there.
Well, you're speaking very quietly. Are you nervous today?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
What's that?
Yes.
Okay.
Very nervous.
Could you do me a favor and pull the mic a little closer to you? Jodi, one of the things that you said a couple questions ago when we were speaking is that your life was pretty ideal up until about age 7. Is something different after age 7, or?
It seemed like, well, my parents would just, spank us or hit us as discipline. So it seemed like at age 7, around then, it started getting a little bit more intense. That's something I remember.
Okay. You said they started spanking you.
Well, I was spanked before on occasion. Just, it seemed like the frequency and the intensity of it increased around that age.
What do you mean by that, frequency and intensity?
Well, just, there were, I think that's the first year my dad started using a belt.
Hey, Ricky.
My mom began to carry a wooden spoon in her purse.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
May we approach?
May.
Oh, yeah.
Objection overruled.
Jodi, if you could, first of all, do us all a favor again. I know it's difficult. I know you're nervous. You've told us before. But if you could just speak up a little louder, make sure everybody can hear you, okay?
Okay.
You were just now telling us that your mother carried a spoon with her. What did she do with that spoon?
It was a wooden kitchen spoon that she would keep in her purse. And if we were misbehaving, my brother and I, this was before Angela and Joseph were born, although it continued through that point. If we were misbehaving, she would use it on us. Sometimes she would pull the car over and, if we were just being brats or something.
What do you mean by?
I'm eventually going to need to get myself a count.
She would hit us with it.
Actually, I might be able
She
to.
hit you
Hold on.
hard?
It felt pretty hard, yes. It left welts.
It left welts on your body?
Yes.
When your dad hit you with the belt, did that leave welts on your body?
Objection, lack of foundation. Time, 8.
Rephrase.
You told us that your dad hit you with the belt
Yes.
after age 7.
Yes.
Did he leave welts?
He didn't leave welts as often as my mom. She also used a belt. My dad was very intimidating, so I don't think he needed to hit us quite as hard to get the point across. My mom didn't carry that fear factor with her, so I think she used more force. So her blows felt a lot worse, actually.
Physically or emotionally?
Both.
You loved your mother?
Yes.
And she
I did.
hit you?
Yes.
You said
Boy,
that
she's
these
stoic, isn't she?
were frequent, these incidents where your mother would hit you, they were frequent and intense. I think those are your words, right?
They were definitely intense, but they increased in frequency
Okay.
as I got a little older.
Can you discern for us how many times a week your mother would beat you with this spoon?
I don't recall how many times particularly, but it seemed like it could go anywhere from 4 times a week to once every 2 weeks. It just depended.
Okay. Now, how long did you live in Salinas? How old were you?
I was born there and I lived there until age 11.
Okay. So let me ask you this, that you talked about these beatings that began at age 7 when you lived in Salinas. Tell us about the next few years before you left Salinas. Did you continue going to school, that sort of thing? Tell us about that.
Yes, I went to a public school, had a lot of friends. My brother was at that school too, and he had his own circle of friends. And we would just do things together, school activities, after school activities. And
Activities, what were your interests
Good night,
at this
Alyssa.
point in time in your life?
I began to get into art. Again, my pets were very central in my life at that time.
So I kicked
I
them.
began to read a lot of books. I took piano lessons. My brother and I took karate lessons. He learned the clarinet. I learned the flute, things like that, just general.
Okay. Do me a favor, because when you say the word art, it can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people in terms of art. It's a pretty broad area. So were there certain areas of the art world that you were interested in, or can you describe that for us?
Yeah, when I was younger, I liked to color with Crayolas. And my older sister and I would color, and there were a lot of colors. She had the big box with all of the Crayolas. And so we would draw pictures and just watch cartoons and that kind of thing. So I would have coloring books, and I just began to take an interest in that because I wasn't able to draw what I saw, but I would see art, and it would fascinate me. So I slowly began to practice doing that.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, did the beatings from your mother and father, did they continue?
Yes.
Did they
Morale improved.
increase in nature?
They began to increase, I'd say, all the way through my teenage years.
Did they increase, you've talked about frequency and severity.
We're doing sidebars or are we doing objections?
Did the level of the brutality increase?
Yes, my brother and I we didn't like being hit. I know I didn't. So we would squirm around a little, and so the more we squirmed, the harder they would try to whack us. So just as that progressed, things would increase, At one point, I don't think she meant to, but my mom broke my brother's vein in his wrist because he was putting his hand behind his back to block one of her blows. And, as I became a teenager, my dad would get rougher and rougher.
Okay. Before we go on to rougher and rougher,
Are we objections?
let me ask you
objections
this.
because I think we got 3.
Simply talking physically. How did they feel? How did you feel when your own mother was beating you?
When I was younger, I remember feeling, I didn't have a word for it then, but I can describe it as betrayed and confused. And
I'll bring it over this way
as
and
I
off
got
the
a little
screen,
bit
but I'll
older,
keep count.
it would just really make me mad because I didn't get why. I don't know. I understood that I was being punished, but I would just be mad at her a lot over that because it hurt.
Because you still loved her.
Yeah, I love my mom.
Even though she was still beating you, you still loved her.
Yes, it put a strain on our relationship, but I still loved her, of course.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I still loved her.
Going back to what you said a few minutes ago about your dad and the beatings getting rougher and rougher. Could you describe for us what you mean by that?
Yeah, he never beat me with his fists or anything, but he would just shove me into furniture, sometimes into the piano or things like that, into tables, chairs, desks, whatever was around. He would just push me really hard and I would go flying into that. One time I hit a doorpost. The side of my head hit the doorpost and it knocked me out momentarily. I just remember waking up on the ground with, my mom was there. We were all arguing. I was arguing with my mom and he got involved. And so I remember waking up and she was telling him to be careful.
And this incident you just described about you passing out or knocking into a door frame or doorpost as you described it. Do you remember how old you were when this happened?
By then I was age 17, maybe 16, but I think I was 17.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit because you talked about instances of you being pushed into furniture and a piano, like it was just like nothing to it. Did this happen a lot?
Not as often with my dad as with my mom, but it just, I don't know, if I did something to upset them, it would happen.
Okay.
Sometimes I got grounded. That became more the norm in high school, so the physical punishment was a little bit more farther apart, but more intense than it was prior.
At this time that you were getting these beatings from your dad, did you love him as well?
Yes, of course.
In this time period now, you said you moved from Salinas about age 11?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you move to?
We moved to Santa Maria, California.
And I know we talked about this is where in Santa Maria, your dad was pushing you into furniture, right? Is this where these things were
Yeah,
taking
these
place?
things really started in Santa Maria.
Okay. And was that where you went to, would that have been your junior high years, if I follow that correctly?
Yeah, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
Okay. And did you go to school with Carl then?
I did.
Okay. And what were your interests at that point in time?
At that point, I was really focused on trying to make new friends. That was kind of difficult. In 6th grade, I went to an elementary school, and then in 7th grade, I went to another new school it was called junior high school, then it's now middle school, I guess. But, so it seemed like I was constantly going to new schools. There was this new school, then another new school, and then, then we moved again. And so it was just hard to make friendships. I did make a few close friends though.
Okay. Well, you mentioned earlier that in your grade school years, you had an interest in art.
Yes,
Okay. Did that continue through junior high?
definitely. I don't remember so much in 6th grade focusing on my art, but in junior high, I took an art class, maybe 2 art classes both years. And I had a really cool art teacher and he mentored me.
Okay. Let me ask you, as it relates to your parents,
He did it again.
how was your interest in art received? Did they encourage that? How was it received by your parents?
They didn't discourage me by any means, but they were warm, I'd say. It's like, oh, that's nice. They weren't really moved by it, I don't think. I was getting a lot of praise from my classmates and my art teacher and other people, but I didn't really get that from them. They were just a little bit indifferent, but not disappointed.
Was that hard for you not to get encouragement from your parents?
It didn't really bother me at that time. I would think it was kind of the norm, so I was accustomed to it.
Okay. by that time in your life, you were used to them not fostering how your interests, right?
That's me.
Let me ask you this. Did your parents ever show any interest as you were growing up in your artwork? Did they ever foster your interest in art?
They did minimally at one point. I think this was after I moved to Santa Maria. I was enrolled in one art class, which was after school, and it lasted a few weeks. I created a few pieces, a few projects, and I remember other family members being more encouraging. I have a cousin who's a very accomplished artist, and he complimented my work, and that was in the presence of my parents, so
Okay.
they never really went out of their way to, display it or anything like that, but.
All right. And where did you go to high school?
I went to high school, after 8th grade, we moved to Northern California, to Wairika. And I went to Wairika Union High School.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You said
It's
Wairika
called,
something.
at least when I was there, it's called Wairika Union High School.
Okay. And I'll ask just because it's different in different places. What grades were you in when you entered Wairika High School?
That school is grades 9 through 10. I'm sorry, 9 through 12.
Okay. So what years then did you enter? Did you enter in your freshman year or later?
Freshman year.
And so you were starting off at a new school again in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just
Yep.
to give
Sure
us a
is.
sense of things, how far was Wairika from Santa Maria where you moved from?
I don't know the mileage, but let's see, from Salinas to Santa Maria, it's 8 hours, and then, Salinas to Wairika is 8 hours, and then Santa Maria is another 3 hours south, so
So you were several hours.
over 10
away from your
hours, yeah,
friends,
over 10, yeah.
Did you know anybody at Wairika High School when you were going?
I didn't know anybody when I moved there, but my mother went to, I don't know if she went to school with or knew another woman about her age who had a daughter my age that was going into high school as well. So we hung out a little bit during the summer, so I knew her and her sister, but that was it.
So just a couple people.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned when you moved to, based on what you told us before, we corrected understanding that the beatings, the pushing of the furniture, that sort of thing with your dad continued throughout your high school years.
Yes.
Were those the incidents you were talking about before, about being pushed into the post and the furniture, or were there other incidents?
That happened when I was in high school. There were a few things that happened right before we moved. A bunch of friends and I one night decided, like the last night I was there, we decided to sneak out of the house and hang out. And my parents woke up and found out. So when I came back, my dad asked where I had been, and I had fallen asleep. He woke me up around 6. And so when I sat up and I was disoriented because I had been sleeping. So I didn't give him a satisfactory answer. So he
1-8.
hit me across the face and I fell back down, and then he sat me back up and asked me again, and I didn't give him a satisfactory answer. So he hit me across the face again, and I fell down
When you
again.
say he hit you across the face, did he punch you?
No, it was an open-handed, hard slap.
Do you recall, did you bleed?
Night, Ricky.
No, I didn't. Not that I recall.
Did you bruise?
Not that I recall.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
Just so we can clarify as well, your dad's a pretty big guy, right?
He was very big at that time. His health he's frail now, but he was very big at the time.
Can you give us an idea of how tall and how much he weighed at that time?
I don't know his weight, but he's about 5'11". He used to bench press 520 pounds. He was a really big guy for a while.
You said he used to bench press 500 something pounds.
520, yes.
Was that a hobby of his, weightlifting, or can you describe that for us?
Yes, he was very much into weightlifting. He had, I guess it was like a Bowflex machine at home. I think it was called Soloflex. It was one from like the 80s, but he would use that a lot to work out. He was into martial arts. We watched a lot of movies like that. Things like that. He went to the gym frequently.
To your knowledge, was your mom aware, I know you mentioned the one incident where your mom was present, was your mom aware of your dad beating you?
Well, when she was present, yes, of course. Sometimes we were on road trips together.
Oh,
and, they would
sorry.
take turns
I'll check. Hold on.
If they, had to pull the car over or something. Not that it happened several times in one trip, but I remember it being both my mom and my dad punishing me in the presence of each other. And I don't know, when she was gone, I assumed they would talk about it.
Okay. We talked a little bit about your dad during high school and your mom with the wooden spoon. In your younger years, did your mom's beatings with the wooden spoon, did they continue in high school as well?
They continued for a short time, but I think as I turned 16, 17, I don't recall her carrying the wooden spoon around. She would just start grabbing whatever was available, like a hairbrush, or she had acrylic nails, so sometimes she would grab me and dig her nails into my skin, things like that.
Okay. In high school, what were some of your interests?
In high school, I was very interested in learning Spanish, so I took that all throughout high school and middle school. I was getting into art. I was excited to get my driver's license. I traveled abroad to Costa Rica to learn Spanish better. I had a few friends. I didn't really make a lot of close friends like I had before. It just seemed like I was constantly making friends and then we were moving away. So,
She was asking her interests.
sustained.
Did you have a lot of friends in high school?
I had a large circle of friends, but nobody I was very close with.
Would I be correct in assuming that your interest in art by the time you're in high school moved beyond the Crayola crayon phase?
Yeah, very much so.
Tell us about that.
I was at my grandmother's house one day and she had an old set of oil paint, and I knew what oil paint was. I'd never worked in that medium before, so I didn't know what I was doing. I just took a piece of printer paper and started painting oil paint on this paper, and oil began to spread around the paint. So I figured, okay, that's not gonna work. So I went to Michael's, the arts and crafts store, and bought some supplies and began to experiment with that and started painting.
And did you work during high school?
I did. My dad owned a restaurant at the north end of town. It's now a Mexican restaurant, but he owned it then, and I would work as a server there from the time I was a freshman on through, I think, 96 or 7 when he closed it.
So you started working in 9th grade. How old were you in 9th grade?
In 9th grade, I was 15.
And was there a certain amount of days you worked while you were in high school?
He
Okay.
put me on a few afternoons and the weekends.
This is me
Did you
deducing.
graduate high school?
8 days
No, I
for
didn't.
defense, or 8 days for direct,
Why
5
didn't you
days for
graduate high
cross, 2 days for
At the
redirect,
time,
3 days for juror questions and prosecution response.
about 3 months. Well, it's kind of complicated.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. Did you drop out of high school?
Yes, I did.
Where were you living at the time you dropped out of high school?
I was living with my boyfriend at the time, about a little town 6 miles outside of Wairika.
Let's break that. Why did you leave? Prior to that, Were you living with your parents?
Yes.
Why did you leave your parents' home to go live with your boyfriend?
I was kind of becoming tired of the discipline, and I was 3 months until I was 18. And one day they decided to ground me until I was 18 because I skipped one period in high school because there was a final for my, I was taking a college history class, history, and I didn't feel like I had adequately studied for the exam, so I skipped that period
Oh,
to
no,
study
no.
for the exam.
Sorry, it's date
And decided I would make it up the next day,
9/10,
so I
not
parked my
9 out of
car
10.
in the
Sorry
parking lot
about
of
that.
Rite Aid and just cracked open the book, and I was studying it for that hour. And my dad, somehow he found me. It's a small town, so
It's a big
I guess the
basket.
school notified him that I wasn't present for that class, so he found me. And at that point, they didn't use physical discipline that day, but I was grounded till I was 18. So I couldn't fathom being grounded for 3 months. When you were grounded in my house, it meant no phone, no TV, no friends, no social functions of any kind. You're in your room, period. So
Let me ask you this. This would have been towards the end of your senior year in high school, or was this at the end of your?
yeah, it was in May, I think,
Okay, so of your senior year or of your junior?
maybe April.
I bet you she was
my
like,
junior year.
let her
Yes.
lie about this so she gets found not guilty,
So
so I
you-
can then take care of it.
You dropped out of high
I'll
school
give you-
before
be
you
honest about
finished
it.
your junior year? Is that right?
No, I did finish the junior year mostly with D's and F's because toward the end of the year, I just let it all fall apart.
You mentioned discipline, you talked about grounding. Was there any particular physical incident or an incident of abuse that motivated you to leave your parents' home?
One of the incident I described where I was knocked against, I called it a doorpost, I guess it's a door frame. Then at that point, the guy I was dating, we started talking about me possibly moving in with him. So after that incident, I began to surreptitiously pack boxes of my things and start moving them out to his house. And then when they grounded me until I was 18, all of my stuff mostly was there. And I thought, I'm just going to go ahead. I was going to wait until I was 18 to move in with him, but it was 3 months away, and it just made sense to me at the time as a 17-year-old. So I just moved out.
Okay.
17-year-old.
After your junior year then, did you just not go back to school? Is that?
Yeah, I turned 18 that summer. I got a job at another restaurant and began working there full time. I had bills to pay now, car insurance and credit cards and that kind of thing. So to me, it made more sense to work so I could support myself and my boyfriend. He didn't have a job.
And what was your boyfriend's name?
His name was Bobby
What was his last name?
Juarez.
Bobby Juarez was a real winner.
And Mr. Juarez, how old was he in relation to you?
He was 3 years older than me.
So he would have been out of school, I would assume?
Yes, he was out of high school.
20.
And what did he do for a living?
He had never been employed at that point, so, it was an isolated town we lived in, and it was difficult to obtain employment.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, as it relates to Mr. Juarez, when did you meet him?
I first met him the first summer that I moved to Wairika when I was 15. The carnival comes to town, and so I was there with the girl I'd mentioned that my mom introduced me to. Her and her sister, we were there. And I saw him walking in a crowd with a few other friends, and he caught my eye. It was very intriguing looking. He was kind of dressed
I
like
saw him
18th
standing
century
there.
goth, kind of. He was.
Well, can you describe for some of us who may not follow that reference, just kind of describe what he was wearing? Maybe?
Yeah, it was like July or August when I met him, and it's in the maybe triple digits in the temperature. It's very hot. Wairika gets really hot, not quite like the desert, but in the triple digits in the summer. But this guy was dressed in a black suit and a high collar white shirt, and he was on crutches. He had long, dark, curly hair, and he just seemed intriguing to me. So I remember seeing him walk by, and I didn't approach him or anything, but I noticed him. So we spent the day there, my friends and I, walking around, and at one point they were getting in line for the zipper. I didn't want to get on the zipper.
I want
there
to
was only
wash
two
your
per
cannon.
cage anyway, so I was kind of the third odd one out. So I just stood next to the line waiting for them to go on the zipper and come back. But I was just looking around, and I caught his eye again, and he was looking right at me. And he motioned for me to come over. He went like that, and I didn't know if he was talking to me, so I kind of looked around and looked at him again, and he did it again. So I walked up to him, and he
She's
said,
like describing a
in a very
scene from
kind way, said,
Sleepless
"You
in
wanna go
Seattle.
"Oh, sorry."
15.
Let me answer this without telling you what he said, and just to clarify a bit based on what you told us, he would have been around the age of 18 at this time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were 15. You meet him at a state fair.
Yes.
Thing. Okay. Tell us then, do you begin a relationship at that point in time, or just kind of describe for us how that
Yeah,
relationship was?
that doesn't look like fun.
No.
That doesn't look like fun at all.
He invited me to go on the zipper with him, so
No,
we
thank you.
went on one ride with that and talked a little bit as we were flipping around. And after that, we parted, and I didn't see him again for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw a
When
little
did
bit of
you
it
see
before
him
we
again?
interviewed Kirk. We saw a little bit on
I think
Friday
it was
before we interviewed Kirk on Monday.
October, maybe November of that same
But-
year. I was at a
those who
homecoming
might have
football
missed some of
game
it.
for my high school, and I saw him again, and he was with some friends. And I was really shy, but I wanted to say hi to him, so I walked up to him and said, "Do you remember me?" And he said he remembered me, but he couldn't remember my name, so I told him I didn't remember his name either. So we kind of reintroduced ourselves, and he said, "Tell me your phone number, and I promise I'll remember it." So I gave him the house phone, which was my parents' phone. We didn't have cell phones. And he remembered it and called me.
Did you begin dating at that time?
No, we were just friends. We talked for a while. We weren't dating. He was actually seeing a girl, I think. I don't remember.
Okay. So you were just friends for a period of time,
Yeah, several months. We were just friends.
but you were telling us he became your boyfriend at that point, so I'm assuming at some point in time that you two began dating.
Yeah, the girl broke up with him, and there was a period of time where he was single and I was single, and we started just talking more and more. And then I think it was on New Year's that year when I was a freshman, we decided to become boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. And then you said that was your the beginning of your sophomore year?
I would have still been a freshman then.
Okay. And you said you were going to become boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, you guys decided that. Was he still in high school at that point in time?
No, he was out of high school.
And to your recollection, was he working at that point in time?
No, he wasn't working.
Okay. Describe for us then what being boyfriend and girlfriend at that stage in your life meant for you and Mr. Juarez.
For us, I didn't have a car. I didn't have a driver's license yet. I think I was getting my permit that year. So he would come to town, and so during lunch, a lot of kids would leave campus, and
She likes
there was
to
a small
control her
gas station,
narrative.
USA gas station near the high school.
Why
So
she
I would
did
walk
this.
down there, and he would be there. There was an arcade there, and he really liked video games. So
Good
we
night.
would meet there and just hang out, hold hands, that kind of thing.
How long at this point in time?
Sorry.
How long did you date Bobby continuously from the time that you were 15 till you moved out of the home?
No, we stayed together for a while, and I think at age 15, I felt like the relationship was getting very intense. He was talking about being together forever, and I I loved him, but I didn't feel like I was in love with him. And I knew at age 15, there's no way I could decide who I wanted to spend the rest of my life with at that point. So he wanted to move to San Francisco, and he had all kinds of wild ideas, they seemed fun, but they were just not where I was. So at that point, I broke up with him.
What do you mean wild ideas?
Well, he entertained the belief in vampires, and he thought, well, let's go to San Francisco and see if we can find some real vampires. And, you know, I used to read Anne Rice novels at the time. It didn't seem realistic to me, but it seemed like it was just an idea that I would go along with, with him.
And this was at a time when you were about 15 years of age. You wanted to move to San Francisco and hunt vampires, right?
So we could live together forever and be together forever.
Was there a certain point in time then when this was going on and you said it was getting too intense for you? Did you and Mr. Juarez break up?
Yes. It was one afternoon. I broke up with him on the phone. I don't know where my parents were, but my Aunt Lisa was at the house. She was picking my brother and I up. I was having this conversation with him. He was very upset. And Lisa wanted us to leave. She wanted to take us. We had to go somewhere with her. So I didn't have time to stay on the phone with him for a long time and talk through it with him. So I had to sort of abruptly end the phone call shortly thereafter. And it was, I don't know, I guess he didn't take that well.
Okay. What do you mean by you guess he didn't take it that well?
I found out a few years later that he approached.
Overruled, you may continue.
Sorry, Ms. Harris. I was describing, we were asking, you said you understood that Mr. Juarez didn't take the breakup you had when you were about 15 so well. Describe for us what you mean by that.
I learned a few years later that he slit both of his wrists and tried to kill himself. And he was committed to some kind of psychiatric ward in Citrus Heights, just north of Sacramento.
Okay. Did you have, after this phone call where you broke up and you left the home, did you have any sort of relationship with him in between that and the well, let me ask you this way. It sounds like he was your boyfriend again about the time when you turned 18, right? A few months beforehand? Okay. How did that come about?
We didn't talk at that point for a few years. It's kind of silly. There was this older man that used to come into my parents' restaurant. I'd say he was in his 60s, maybe 70s, and he always had his Bible. And it was a small pocket version of the New Testament, and he had it all marked up, and he was always, quoting Bible scripture and things. And he had done the math in the Bible and determined that he knew when the second coming was going to occur. And he said it was going to occur September 23rd, 1997. So I was really naive, and I kind of believed him. So he would come in weekly or several times a week on my shift and continue to reiterate that. So, at the time I was non-denominational Christian and this seemed important. So I thought that Bobby should know about it because at the time he wasn't religious and he was uncertain about his spirituality, at least when I last had known him. So to me, it was important that he at least hear that information so he could make a decision for himself. So I made contact with him again and called him in, I think, mid-September 2007.
Okay,
I'm sorry, 1997.
Just so we're clear, in terms of your high school years, how long of a break, I guess, was there between this phone call that you made to break up with Mr. Juarez and the phone call you made to recontact him? How long of a break was there in between those two?
I'd say, let's see, maybe 19 months.
So you make this phone call to Mr. Juarez, and you said this was in 1997?
Yes.
Okay. Where would you have been in school then? Would you be in junior year or?
I was just starting my junior year.
Okay. And subsequent to this phone call, did you begin to maintain a friendship with Mr. Juarez? Tell us about how that evolved.
Well, when I first called, he answered the phone. I could recognize his voice. And I said, "Is Bobby there?" And he said, "Yeah, who's this?" And I said, "Jodi." And I immediately heard a click. So I left it alone and I thought, okay, because our last phone call some years back didn't end well. And so the next night I tried one more time and the same thing happened. So I left it alone. And about,
Let me ask you this before we continue. You mentioned that Wairika was a pretty small town, right?
yes,
Okay. You never ran into Mr. Juarez in between these two phone calls?
no, he didn't live in Wairika. He lived in Montague, which is 6 miles from Wairika. It's even smaller. I think there's about 1,000 people in that town.
Okay. But never during this time did you run into him at all?
No.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you had talked about, you had called him a couple times, you had a click on the other end of the phone. How does the relationship progress from that point?
I don't know how many days later. It was under a week, maybe 4 days, maybe 5 days. I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and we were talking, and I heard the call waiting beep. So I clicked over, and I heard someone say, "Is Jodi there?" And I recognized his voice, so I clicked back over and said, "I have to call you back." So I clicked back over, and we started talking again.
Okay. Did you, after that conversation, did you become friends again? Did you start dating again? Just describe that for us.
Yeah, I felt kind of silly explaining to him why I was calling him, especially knowing that his religious beliefs at that time were not really defined. And I kind of expected him to laugh at me, but it was important to me. So I told him the reason I was calling, and
Overall, you may continue.
he expressed appreciation for that, which surprised me.
We're at 7.
We just sort of picked up from there and began talking again.
Does talking mean dating?
No, not yet.
Tell us how the relationship progressed from him making telephone contact with you.
Well, at the time I had a boyfriend. He lived in another country. So we corresponded. So it wasn't a romantic reason. Like I had said, I reached out to him for a spiritual reason. I don't know if he was seeing anybody at that time. I don't think he was. He used to call a party line a lot and meet people on that. I guess this was before the internet was really, in every single home.
Let me interrupt you a little bit there on a couple of different things. You said he made contact on a party line. What is that? Can you describe that for us?
From my understanding, I didn't talk on it, but from my understanding, it was a 900 number that you could call, and it's like a chat room, but it's on the telephone instead of on the computer.
And you chatted to Bobby that way, or he?
I didn't. He chatted with other people that way.
And you also mentioned, I don't want to be too far from it, you mentioned that when he made this contact with you, after the contact he made for what you described as spiritual reasons, you said that you had a boyfriend in another country, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that boyfriend's name?
Victor.
Did Victor have a last name?
Arias, ironically.
I'm sorry, what?
His last name was also Arias.
Okay. And where did you meet Victor Arias?
The summer that I turned 17, right before I turned 17 in July, I flew to Costa Rica on an exchange program, and I spent 3 weeks there with a family. Their name was also Arias, and they had 2 sons and 2 daughters in that family, and the oldest son was just a little older than me, and so we kind of clicked and got to know each other, and sort of had a little romance kind of blossom thing. I don't know, it was like my first experience of like the warm fuzzy, somebody that I really felt that I cared for.
Okay, and that relationship lasted a few weeks, or tell me how it lasted beyond you being there.
It sort of began
Juan is
to
just ready to
develop
go.
while I was in Costa Rica.
Let him out the gates.
And I flew back toward the end of, I had my 17th birthday there in that country, and then I flew back at near the end of July. And we corresponded and talked occasionally on the phone through August, and then he flew to the United States that September and stayed in Redding, which is a city about 100 miles south of Wairika. He had some people that he knew there. He stayed there about a week, I think, and then stayed at my house for 2 weeks.
It's another patent pending
Before flying
shirt.
back.
And when did he come stay for you for 2 weeks? When was that?
That was early September 1997.
So this is about the time then that you were, close to the time that you were in contact with Mr. Juarez as well, right?
Yes, it was just right before that.
Okay. And you considered Mr. Arias to be a boyfriend?
Yeah, actually he had given me a ring, and it was kind of a promise ring, like we were going to get married, but we weren't officially engaged. So we would talk about children and marriage, and he wanted me to come live down there and start a family.
Okay. You said it's your first experience of, I guess, what we call young love, right?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I wouldn't say totally in love, but it was my first taste of being like,
Oh, don't qualify.
just feeling like
If you're going to be confident, be
warm
confident.
about somebody. Makes sense.
As it relates to your situation then, Mr. Arias, Victor, he goes back to Costa Rica.
I used to love wearing it in the
Yes.
gym because it would piss people off.
And then the relationship becomes one probably,
And then I became a gym ninja.
is it primarily of letters, phone calls? Describe that for us.
Yeah, we wrote a lot. The postman actually got to know my name and face, and he would tease me every time I went to the post office to get
Just like
stamped.
Amber
It's in
Heard.
Costa Rica, and I would receive letters from him that were really romantic, and the Spanish language is very romantic, so he would write things like that, very romantic.
Okay, and relative to your age, how old was Victor?
I don't remember his exact age. I want to say he was about a year older than me. I think we were just, we were very close in age, but he was older than me.
Now, when you started interacting with Mr. Juarez again, we've heard from your earlier testimony that he became your boyfriend at a certain point in time when you were around 17 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just kind of describe for us what happened in that time period when Victor was your boyfriend and then Bobby became your boyfriend?
Yes. Bobby and I would talk a few times a week, and then it became a little more frequent. Victor and I would, I couldn't see myself like moving to Costa Rica and having that kind of life and having children with him.
Why not?
We argued like over little silly things. Victor was very jealous, and we would I couldn't talk to any of my high school friends that were guys. Like I went through the
There's some irony.
drive-through, and there was a classmate that I had gone to school with 2 years, over the years, and he had a job there, and I was driving, of course, because Victor was from out of the country, and we just were there to get ice cream. It was hot, and he gave us the ice cream, and we hadn't seen each other all summer, this person that served us, and the interaction I had with him, Victor didn't like it, so we argued over things like that. When we were in Costa Rica, he wanted me always to walk on the inside of on the sidewalk away from the street, and we were at a huge soccer game there. It's a very big deal there. They call it football, but it's soccer. And there was actually someone that walked by that looked a lot like Bobby, and it kind of reminded me of him at the time. He had long, dark, curly hair, and I glanced at him, and Victor got upset. So things like that, I just didn't see myself being in a marriage with him. So I broke up with him around October, maybe November, 1997 on the phone.
On the phone?
Yes.
Okay. After you broke up with Victor, did you continue seeing Mr. Juarez?
We weren't really seeing each other. We were just friends at that time, but we continued to talk.
Okay. When did the friendship move into something more, to be your boyfriend?
It was again around New Year's. I think we spent New Year's Eve. I had a car then, so we drove out to this little white chapel it's called Little Shasta. It's even smaller town. I don't even know if it's considered a town. And it's this small white chapel with a tall steeple, and there's snow everywhere. And we just kind of hung out there and rung in the new year. Didn't really do it. I had began to develop feelings for him right before Christmas, and so I expressed that, and he said he had feelings for me too, and so we decided to give things another try at that point.
Okay. And this would have been a few months prior to you moving in with him. Is that right?
I believe I moved in with him in late April, and so we're around the new year. So 4 months, 4.5, maybe 5.
Did your parents, were they aware of your relationship with, and I'm speaking as it relates to the occasion we're talking about now, when you're 17, excuse me. Did they know about your relationship with Mr. Juarez?
They knew about it. I don't know how they knew. I wasn't very open with them about my relationships because of prior negative experiences with regard to that. So somehow, I mean, it's a small town. I'm sure people told them they saw us running around or hanging out in the park or just walking around, and we hung out. So people would tell my mom and things like that.
Did you ever get any indication that your parents approved or disapproved of this relationship?
I didn't talk extensively with my dad about it, but my mom didn't like the fact that I was with him because she was basing her opinion on him off of rumors she had heard about him.
Okay. When you described it in high school how you were working for your father at your father's restaurant, right?
Yes.
And you were in high school your junior year. All this was going on at the point in time when you began dating Mr. Juarez, right?
I think my dad's restaurant closed the year prior when I was still a sophomore. I can't quite remember. No, I think he closed that spring. I think he closed that spring in 90, that would have been 98. Okay. I can't remember. It was sometime in high school he closed his restaurant.
Okay. Did you work elsewhere after that?
Yes.
Before you moved out?
Did I? Yes. I worked briefly as a hostess at a little restaurant called Grandma's House.
And during this point in time, when you're a 17-year-old high school student, Mr. Juarez is out of school, are you supplying him with money at this point in time before you've left school?
Goodbye, everybody.
Yes,
who's going.
well, he lived with 2 people he called mom and dad. I think they were his grandparents. Bobby said he was adopted, so his real parents, it was kind of, I never really met them. But he lived with them. They would be his mom and dad by definition. So I think they were just supplying, clothing and shelter and food and that kind of thing at that point.
Okay. So going back to my question, were you supplying Mr. Juarez with money at this point in time?
At this point, no.
Then you leave high school and you move in with Mr. Juarez, right?
Yes, in the spring.
And you mentioned that he was living with persons you believe to be his grandparents, his adopted grandparents.
I don't know if they were really related or if he just called them his parents. But if anything, they were more like his grandparents, but he called them mom and dad.
You say that because of their age?
Yeah, they were very much older. I actually saw who everyone around town kind of knew was his mother, but he didn't want anything to do with her, and she was more appropriate age to be his mother. And these people were more like in their 70s, late 70s maybe.
Okay. When
Somebody
you
give me a
spoke
ratchet, because that's
about
how I
your
feel.
first relationship with Mr. Juarez, you spoke about his desire to move to San Francisco and chase vampires and be with you forever, and how he dressed
Vampires
goth style.
forever.
Was that 15-year-old Bobby the same way he was when you got back together with him?
No, he was 20 now. He was a little more mature, but he still had that eccentricity about him. He had a flair. For Halloween, he would dress up as the character played by Brandon Lee from The Crow, with the white face and all black leather and all that. So it was a Halloween thing, but
I'm cool with
he
that.
really
That's a
got
good
into that.
Halloween
He did
costume.
it pretty well, actually. So he still was
did it
drawn
pretty
to
well,
that,
though, actually.
and part of that was fascinating to me. I thought he was beautiful on the inside and out, and I was attracted to him in that regard. And,
Objection counter.
But he
Worth
was
7.
a little more down to earth at this point.
Earlier, you were describing for us a situation where you were taking some of your possessions and moving it into Mr. Juarez's home, and now eventually you moved out.
Yes.
Okay. What was the last straw for you to move out of your house?
I think the last straw was actually when they said you're grounded until you're 18. And a lot of my things were already
Bitterness and
at Bobby's
regret.
house or his parents' house. They were putting it in a storage shed right behind the house. Just boxes of things that I had been saving because I knew I was going to be on my own soon. My dad had recently closed his restaurant. He let me have a lot of the plates, the dishes, the silverware. So that would just get me started. So things like that. Old books I'd already read but didn't want to part with, things like that went to the storage shed. And then when I was grounded, I thought I only have a few more things to throw in the car plus my cat. So I stayed up all night packing while my
We've
parents
added
slept.
koozies.
Well, my dad, when he would ground me, he used to unhook my car. I don't know what that
Just
means, but I would
saying.
go out and try to turn the engine and it wouldn't turn. He unhooked something under the hood. And I think I figured out how to rehook it. So then he started taking the entire piece so that I couldn't rehook it. So the first thing I did was I went out after they went to sleep to check if my car would start, and it did. So I was relieved. So I began to load up the car. I was
She
almost
does
completely
not do
packed,
true
and then I think
crime
around 4:30 or 5, I heard
any way, shape,
one
or
of my parents awake. So I was in the living room, still packing up a few things, and I jumped on the couch real quick to pretend like I was sleeping so they wouldn't wonder why I was awake. And I was very tired, so I ended up falling asleep. And the next thing I knew, it was 7:30 or 7 o'clock, and my mom was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. And I thought, oh shoot, I missed my opportunity. But I just went into my bedroom, found my cat, picked her up, and I just started walking out the door. My mom said, what are you doing? And I said, nothing. And I just shut the door and put my cat in my car and drove out to Bobby's house, unloaded it, and then went to school that day.
And you say Bobby's house. These people you described as his grandparents, do they live in this home as well?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anyone else besides them and Bobby in this home?
No.
Okay. Describe for us the
Working on
environment
it.
you were leaving your home with your parents in order to live with Bobby. What were you moving to?
I don't know
it
if
was,
they're purposefully insulated,
structurally, the house was very
but I mean,
good,
the
but it was
water
in very
stays
bad
cold
shape.
for a while. I mean, not
His
hours.
parents were
but,
very heavy smokers, so there was
we can
always
take
a
a look and
haze
see if
hanging
there's
out in the living
another
room,
option.
and there was a lot of,
We had another option.
I don't know what it's called, I guess tar or something running down the walls, kind of in a deep brown.
Tar. Okay.
The living room was
Sure.
almost not quite to the ceiling, but it was packed with a bunch of things. I don't know what it was, just various odds and ends. I guess they were hoarders. Bobby did the best to make his bedroom his own little space. But he wasn't allowed to touch any of those things while they
which
were
might
there.
be
And so
more
the kitchen was
insulated.
very,
But we can also
dirty.
look at other
The
options.
bathroom
I'll take a look.
was very dirty. The linoleum was coming off the floor and the shower was kind of falling apart. And it was just a mess. All of the yard all around the house was overgrown. I went back to my parents' house a few days later to borrow their cleaning supplies for it.
Doesn't sound like Bobby's house was a great place to live.
No, he hated it. like I said, his own room. He did his best to make that his space and make it habitable. And then his parents would kind of sit in the living room all day and watch TV and smoke till they went to bed.
You mentioned he kept his room in a different way. Was that a room you shared with him?
Yes.
Were you having a sexual relationship with him at that point in time?
I'm trying to remember if we were at that point. We did eventually. I don't remember if it was right before I moved in with him. I think it was right after.
There's a couple
I
options.
moved in
We'll
with
see
him. I
what
can't
we do.
remember. We waited several months.
Okay.
Don't
So,
worry. One.
From
We'll
what
break
you're
it up.
telling us then is that you moved into this home, this filthy home with one clean room in it. You dropped out of high school and you were working, right?
Sorry, will you repeat that?
At this point in time, when you moved in with Bobby, you were at the end of your junior year, and that was your last school
Yes,
year,
so I was
right?
coming up on the end of my junior year.
And you were working as well, I believe you said, at Grandma's? if I heard
Yes, my
correctly.
dad had recently closed his restaurant, and I think I got a part-time position there at Grandma's house.
Okay. And
We
was this how
cannot-
you were supporting yourself?
Yes, it was.
We can't speed it up.
And were you supporting Mr.
Court
Juarez
does
as well?
not allow for it. And by that
Not
I mean
quite yet.
the channel we're on.
Occasionally
wish we
we'd go on a
could.
date, and I, of course, would pay for it, which wasn't a big deal to me at the time. He had a problem getting identification to prove that he was legally able to work in the United States. So he didn't have a photo ID. He couldn't find a copy of his birth certificate. He didn't have a social security card, but he did have a social security number. But every time we went to the DMV or the social security office or the courthouse, they wanted one form of identification that we were trying to get. So of those three, it was hard to get all of them. So he couldn't, that was the reason he couldn't work, or so that was what I understood.
Okay. So based on what you told us earlier then, at the end of your junior year, you drop out of high school and you begin working full-time to support yourself, right?
Yes, Bobby and I
so
went to
ready.
Chico, California briefly, which is near Sacramento. It's a little bit south, I think. I was going to work there. I was going to live there. It didn't work out. We were there for about a week. And we went back. And so then I applied at a restaurant where I applied at Denny's, actually.
You might have an idea there.
And the woman there that gave me a good reference had worked for my dad the previous year, her and her husband. So I was hired there around, I think, August 2000. Wait, I'm sorry. That would be 1998.
All right. We're going to put a pause on that. We have probably another 31 to 32 minutes left on this video, this version. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if there's a playlist out there from another channel that's not native to a different website, but possibly YouTube, that carries this whole thing, and see if I can find out where we were in those videos. And then that would allow me to speed it up a little bit. So, and then also it would allow me to turn captions on too, which I actually prefer for accessibility for everybody else. So I'll give that a shot and see if I can find it. But yeah, you all make a very good point. Very good point. Well, listen, I will regale you with a few extra dramatic readings on Monday. I have very few hours. I have a soccer match to mascot tomorrow. WTF is going to be at 8:30 on Sunday, and trying to think if there's anything else. Of course, court might not. No, I don't know. We're going to let Brandi announce about next week, because I think I have to remember exactly what's happening. But WTF, that's the important one, is Sunday at 8:30. And Adam, we cannot watch at 3/4 speed. I had a really great time with you all tonight, and thank you so much for sticking around and for putting up with all of my shenanigans. And yeah, So thank you for showing up to night court. I appreciate you. And remember to take care of yourself, take care of your family, and don't forget to smile. We'll see you for the next night court, but not before WTF on Sunday at 8:30 Eastern. Forget that. Court adjourned.